So glad I didn't give up in last year. I'm happy that you're here too. So happy to be with you. Glad that you made it through. I saw that you made it through. I'm happy to be here. I'm finally living with no fear. I'm living my best year. So glad I didn't give up in last year. I'm happy that you're here too. So happy to be with you. So glad that you made it through. I saw that you made it through. I don't know if you hear it or not, but I want you to know that this song is about you. I'm saying you're more than enough. If you looked at yourself, you would be fucking proud of you. Get that weight off your chest, let it go, let it flow. Let it roll off your shoulders. Don't be scared to be loud, to be proud, to be bold, to be more than they told ya. It's like jumping out of airplanes and swimming with the sharks. That existential feeling when you're staring at the stars. There's a hurricane in my head, but the lightning in my heart makes it worth it. Yeah, I still get nervous when you drop in the stream and you check out this life. And yeah, it feels like the very first time I can build with you forever. I am certain, yeah, cause I still get nervous when we all get the point in the fireworks blasting and sparks through the air like the 4th of July. I can build with you forever, I am certain, yeah, cause I still get nervous. So happy to be here. I'm finally living with no fear. I'm living my best year. So glad I didn't give up in last year. I'm happy that you're here too. So happy to be with you. Glad that you made it through. I saw that you made it through. I don't know if you hear it enough, but I want you to know that this song is about you. I'm saying you're more than enough. If you looked at yourself, you would be fucking proud of you. Get that weight off your chest, let it go, let it flow. Let it roll off your shoulders. Don't be scared to be loud, to be proud, to be bold, to be more than they told you. It's like flying in the fast lane, no headlights in the dark. That existential feeling makes you wonder who you are. There's a wild wind in my head, but the butterflies in my heart makes it worth it. Cause I still get nervous when you drop in the stream and you check out this life. And yeah, it feels like the very first time I can be with you forever. I am certain, yeah. Cause I still get nervous when we all get the point in the fireworks flashing and sparks through the air like the 4th of July. I can build with you forever, I am certain, yeah. Cause I still get nervous. Hey. Cause I still get nervous. 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 When we all get the point in the fireworks flashing and sparks through the air like the 4th of July. Cause I still get nervous when you drop in the stream and you check out this life and it feels.
What's up, family? How are y'all doing? What is it? What's today? Happy New Year's Eve. That's what today is. I hope y'all are feeling good. And like real talk, I had forgot that quick. I had forgot what today was. Excuse me. Let me get it. Let me get another hit of my tea here. How are y'all doing? Happy New Year's Eve. That is tasty. Oh my goodness. I hope y'all are staying warm. I hope y'all are staying comfortable. I hope y'all are having a wonderfully people-centric, productive, progressive week and all that jazz. We're going to spend a little time together. For those of you that have some time. We're going to spend a little time together. And today is going to be, it's going to be super casual, man. Some of this will be serious. Some of this will be silly. None of this will be superstitious. So it's all good, right? It's just a way for us to kind of close out the year together as a channel, as a community, as a group of folk who are just getting to know each other. Because man, it's only been like like 2 years at this moment, going on 2 years. Next year will be like solid 2 years. And so it's been a very incredible journey. And so we're gonna talk. What we're gonna do today, again, some of this will be silly, some of this will be serious, but we're just gonna go through like the timeline, man. We're gonna go through the calendar of 2025 and just kind of basically kind of pull 2025's greatest hits, if you will. Some of that we're going to be looking at some of my top videos. We're not actually going to watch those videos. I mean, if you want to watch them, I'll be more than happy to give you the links. That's going to create more work on me. But no, if you want to watch them, I'll definitely be more than happy to get the links out to you and stuff like that. And today I will try to engage more with the chat. And so I do see the chat going on. And so let me look in here. Oh, man, Brooklyn Luda Skeptic. It is nice to see you. Want to interview me? Okay, we will talk. I will be honest, I have not done interviews in a while. I haven't done them in a while. And that's just primarily because of my schedule. I got 2 that are graduating right now. And oh my goodness, I've been worn out, man. I've been worn out, but we'll talk. Happy New Year's. Yeah, because as much content as I share, I don't even know what I was going to say before, but as much content as I'd share, you're not going to believe what I'm getting ready to say. It's like my goal is not really to be a content creator. You know what I'm saying? I share content because it is an avenue. You know what I'm saying? I share content. Okay, watch this. I share content for the same reason that people in the 1920s stood on corners and stoops, you know what I'm saying, and shared their worldview with others. That movement that became the Harlem Renaissance, or more accurately, even though probably not politically correct today, but more accurately, more appropriately, the New Negro movement. I like calling it what it was called by the founders. And the founders of that movement, or at least the premier founder of that movement, was Hubert Henry Harrison, someone who I do talk about a lot on the channel. So I share content for the same reason they did, for the same reason Hubert Henry Harrison stood on the corner and yelled out his worldview to people, for the same reason Marcus Garvey stood on his corners and yelled out his worldview, for the same reason W.E.B. Du Bois and Carter G. Woodson published newspapers and newsletters and articles. I publish content. I put out content because it's one of the most effective ways of communicating to people in a way that they can hear it, in a way that they can understand it, in a way that they can receive it, and determine, this next step, and determine if it's something that they want to partner with or not. So in between, outside of me creating content, my main focus outside of that is building community. There's a lot of arms of what I'm trying to do. Community is my main arm right now, but I do have some things that I want to do in entertainment. I do have some things that I want to do in education. I do have some things that I want to do in policy. But right now, I do have some things that I want to do in commerce. And if you look close enough at the DLDD World Group ecosystem, you can kind of see quite a few of those things already in play. And some people will look at that and be like, man, he is just doing too much. And I'm like, shit, you ain't seen nothing yet. But no, it's like, I don't know. But I was going somewhere with that, and then I looked at my T. It's kind of like, what is that thing? Get out. This is like reverse get out. This is come in, instead of get out, it's come in. How are y'all doing? It is such a busy time, but we're pushing through. Oh yeah. So I put out content. I put out content honestly to attract people to the things that I think we should be working on, right? Again, the same reason people would, standing on stoops and preaching in the 20s is to find those people who are excited about what you're excited about, passionate about what you're passionate about, and are wanting to work on some of the things you're working on. And that has resulted, and we'll kind of talk through some of that in today's little casual chit chat. Like I said, it's gonna be super casual. I realize now I don't have nearly enough tea for this, but no. So outside of sharing content on the Monday through Friday thing, I am deeply engaged in the community of Bridge City, and building it and making it a thing and pulling it off the ground. And it has been, man, just a wonderful journey. We got our global campus this year. And I get to say that because we're paying for it. There's like a mortgage on that damn thing. But no, it's our virtual campus where we get to connect with everybody, who are serious about, not who are serious about being a part of a community, but also helping to build community, right? And so one of the most beautiful things that that I love about it is that we're no longer isolated from each other. Like y'all have heard me talk about my issues with our Discord community. I was like, I don't really like Discord. It doesn't really give me that community vibe. And I know a part of that is just what comes from the territory of doing the type of content that I do, because there are quite a few people who watch my content with the sole intent of like, oh yeah, this is how I'm about to take some Christians down through there. And while I'm not gonna knock you for doing that, that's not what I make the content for. And so, but unfortunately, like that's what Discord sometimes attract. All right, let me see if I can look at these comments real quick. Oh man. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the love. I appreciate the love, man. That's beautiful. Like it's beautiful for me because I'll be honest, when I share stuff, I am not trying to impress anybody. So it always means so much to me, because I'm simply just sharing me, right? I'm just putting myself out there. These are my thoughts, naked and unashamed. And when somebody else says, oh, that resonates with me, or that helps me understand this, or that helps me feel better about this, or that helps me, like one of the most beautiful things is I get people in my comments who say stuff like, wow, that just showed me an area in my life that I really need to work on, or that's something that I need to check. When I see stuff like that, it's like, man, dude, keep doing you, keep being you. So thank you. It just means the world to me, or actually means me to me. That's a better way of saying that. It means me to me, right? I'm probably going to say this until I'm blue in the face, but Happy New Year's Eve, y'all. Zion, Zion. How many of y'all only know that song because of the Temptation miniseries movie? Me, I only knew that. I didn't know that was a New Year's thing. I'd never heard it before. Had never heard it before. Man. Oh yeah, 2025 had some moments, right? Right. Okay, so I'm gonna warn y'all in advance. I'm probably gonna be rambling because I do have a timeline that we're gonna get into with some just some spots plotted on a map, kind of like where we've been this year. Not necessarily just where I've been this year, because that would be boring, right? Y'all don't want to just hear about me. Like I said, we'll hit some videos and stuff like that. But we're just talking about some major events in the world, some silly things, some serious things. Um, I'm not a very opinionated person. That's what you're gonna find out about me. So some things you're gonna be like, oh, I can't wait to hear his thoughts on this. And it's just gonna be like, oh, I don't have any thoughts on that. You know what I'm saying? Uh I'm not a very I'm not a watch, let me rephrase that. I'm not a very opinionated person about stuff that don't matter to me, right? Like it has to have some utility. I am an extreme pragmatist. I think I've made that. I think I've made that clear. People are finding out what that means, but like I'm an extreme pragmatist. So like things have to have utility for me. Oh man. Oh, I love that. That's beautiful. Go out your way to find us Black folks deconstruction channels. Hello, you are here. And see, the beautiful thing about this one is like we deconstruct and we reconstruct. You know what I'm saying? We tear down and we build up because people are makers, man. We are meaning makers. One day, and y'all just dream with me for a minute, but one day, at least once a year, we're gonna gather people all over the globe and we're just gonna have a meaning makers conference. I don't know what it's gonna look like, but ever since we slipped up on that phrase in one of our Sunday sessions, I was like, oh snap. Just like a whole week event of meaning makers. I don't know what it looks like, but when I say it, and what my head sees is a bunch of color, a bunch of fun. Like I don't know, like I don't know how to translate it, but meaning makers unite. You know what I'm saying? Assemble, baby, assemble. Okay, so let's jump into a little bit of this. We're gonna talk about 2025. We're gonna move around a little bit. Before we get into our little calendar, let's just kind of hit some stats. And actually, I put these together last week, so these stats are a little outdated. The only one that will not reflect accurately is probably subscriber growth. But all right, so channel views. Can you believe as a channel? Let me get my cup back in my hand. And no, there's no alcohol in this, even though I'm talking like it has alcohol in it. But I've just been sick for a few days. Now when I say sick, like I haven't been like down in the dumps, but like you can hear the congestion. All right, so this year, my videos, Monday through Friday, that's pretty much when I drop videos. I rarely drop videos on the weekend. I do live stuff on the weekends. But Monday through Friday, my videos garnered 3.7 million views. That's what we did as a community. Not bad for a little boy from Alabama, right? Not I say little boy. I'm getting old now. You can hear it. I be wheezing when I talk, you know. But 3.7 million views, and that represents 68.7% of the views that we got on our channel this year. So like, oh my goodness, like if you only knew what the views looked like last year, which I should have had that for you, or the year before that, like I can confidently tell you where the views were the year before that. Do you know where the views were the year before that? Zero. Okay, they were zero. I mean, they were probably like maybe like 100 views over 12 months. You know what I'm saying? Not in all fairness, I wasn't putting out content the year before that, but even the years that I was putting out content, which I have not been as consistent with putting out content like this. I was gonna say since I was a pastor, but even when I was a pastor, I didn't put out content like this. I preached every Sunday and I preached every Wednesday. And then as an itinerant minister, I'd have opportunities to, preach other times of the week. So, but maximum, like I was doing like 3 to 4 times stuff like that. But Wednesday was connected to Sunday. So that was a little cheat code type situation. I definitely do more content now than I did. as a pastor. But they say when you find what you love, you know. But no, so 3.7 million views. That may not be a lot in some people's book, but goodness gracious, that's beyond insane to me. I don't know how it happened. I don't want to say that. I do kind of know how it happened. I don't want to play that falsely. That's what church teaches you how to do. I don't know how it happened. But God just made a way. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. There was an issue that had popped up little later in the year 2025, and somebody was like, "You're not worried?" And I was like, "Oh no, I pay attention to the numbers." So a lot of people do a lot of talking and a bunch of stuff, but I look at the numbers. These big ass glasses ain't here just for no damn reason. I'm paying attention to the numbers. Man, what's up? Welcome in, everybody. Happy New Year's Eve. If I haven't gotten to say it to you yet, Happy New Year's Eve. Okay, so and that 3.7 the 3.7 million views, that's from Monday through Friday videos, which my Monday through Friday videos, that's like DLDD world group stuff, right? That's discovering, that's learning, that's developing, and that's doing. All of my content, like that's kind of the framework that I approach it with. I'm going to help you to discover something. And in this case, what we've been discovering for the past year and a half, almost 2 years, more than a year and a half, almost 2 years, what we've been discovering are the harms of religion that often don't get talked about or don't have the sociological perspective, which I get to bring, thanks to Troy University and Dr. Geneve Brooks, who was one of my favorite professors. I mentioned her in my book, Black Nonbelievers Next Door. Now, if I was really shameless about my shameless promotion, I'd throw the book up, but that would just be extra work, so I'm not going to do that. But partly because of my sociological insight, but another part because, hey, I was in the belly of the beast. And I was in the belly of the beast. I was in the belly of the beast that so many people have opinions about, and yet very few people have any insight on. And that is like there are so many people who have a problem with mega churches and have so many opinions on mega churches and know so much about how mega churches operate. It ain't never, ever, 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 ever in their life been a part of a mega church. Now, I don't want to be the one to call that out. I don't want to be the one to call out the elephant in the room, but that's called being disingenuous. When you have opinions about things that you really don't have any insight on, yikes. And so I did see that, oh yeah, a lot of people are saying a lot of shit that's not real. So not only do I have the sociological background, but I also have the background in the belly of the beast of the urban megachurch, which allows me to actually kind of throw some critiques out there that are actually accurate. And it also helps me help people understand, like, because people be wondering, like, bruh, like I be talking to these people about this and showing them this in the Bible and showing them this in the Bible, and they ain't listening to me because they don't care. You don't like that's the thing you don't know about the ones that are going to these churches. They don't give a fuck about what's in that Bible. I said I was gonna try to chill on the cussing on the live streams. We're gonna see. But they don't care what's in that Bible. Church is not about the Bible for them. Church is about the experience they feel, man. Church is about the people they get to hang out. So you could show them everything that's wrong with the Bible all day long. They're not gonna care. They've already taught themselves how to overlook. They don't read that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, bro. So like you're wasting your time with that. But if you could ever show them the harm that it might be causing them, and then that shows, that you care more than about just what is right. You care about what's healthy, And as I say, like that's part of my little secret ingredient is that people People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. All right, I'm gonna check these comments over here because I think I just saw my homie in it. What's up, Sean Newman? Charlie S. Benson. I'm gonna do you like that. Cause Charlie, is that Charlie S or Charlie B? You know, I got these big ass glasses, but they still old. Charlie B sound right. That sound old too. Charlie B. Charlie B. Charlie B. Man, how are y'all doing out there? YouTube, I see y'all doing. Trev, you said keep cussing today, no cussing next year. I love it. I love it. Man, whatever happens on a Wednesday. Man, it's so good to see so many of y'all in the chat today. Listen, dang it, like I'll throw some of these on here. Can I see it better that way? Put a little Henny in that tea. You know what? I did not think about that, but that's some good ass advice right there. I need to go down to the package store. I don't know why I started getting all Bill Cosby with the voice. When you think about the liquor, you think about liquor, you think about Bill Cosby. That has to be a flag. That has to be a red flag. But no, that's man, I love y'all. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can definitely see things a little better that way. But I was so wrong about there not being a God. That's going to be interesting. I cannot wait to hear how that turns out, I think. Let's see here. That's obviously some type of emoticon or something going on. And I can't see it. See, and then the people that said Jesus coming in 2025 would be right. Oh, I feel like there are so many jokes there. I feel like there are a few that I'm not getting, but they still feel funny to me because I just know that they're there. Like I have a very comedic mind, and most times it's dark comedy. Like, oh my goodness, now to keep that bitch on the leash. Congrats on the growth. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Y'all are beautiful people, wonderfully positive, man. Whatever happens on a Wednesday, right? I love it. Hey, bro. See that? I think that's the one that I saw. That's my homie Sean. Man, that's not gonna happen. Me not cussing, right? Like, man, fuck that shit. Because I cuss a lot. Like even when I was a pastor, I cussed. I didn't cuss as much as I did now, and I did not cuss publicly. Like I damn sure cussed in my office. And I didn't necessarily hide it. And I tell people that, like, nah, no, when I'm a grown ass man, what the fuck I'm hiding for? But yeah, keep cussing today, no cussing next year. I love it. Oh, there go my baby, LOL. And then gonna throw in I think that's 100. Yep. That's 100. That's Sean. That's Sean. Oh man, we miss you too, homie, man. I hope life is treating you good, bruh. I hope life is treating you good. Man, cuss like TV edited mother lover. No, I think I was watching All About the Benjamins like years ago. And this was back when I was still a believer, but this is when like they like that stuff with them changing the shit on the television just started pissing me off. Cause I was watching All About the Benjamins, and it was a point where he says, motherfucker, please, and instead he says, motivator, please. And I'm like, whoa, that feels like a violation. Like that nope, you've just softened that way beyond, like, for real. Motivator, please. What? Son of a biscuit is better than that. You understand? Y'all saw what I did there? You see what I did there? Oh man, oh my goodness. Let me get some more of this tea, man. Okay, so yeah, whole framework, help people discover the issues that matter to them, point them into the direction to learn things that will help them. And then hopefully that leads to them developing some things. And that's one of the things that I spend a lot of time talking about is what we need to develop, because the more time we talk about what needs to be developed, the more opportunity we create for people to do. Discover, learn, develop, do. All right. So that's Monday through Friday content. That's all. Some of it is pretty, some of it, like obviously, like listen, I'm in it to win it, so I'm gonna name the video stuff that's gonna reach. Like I try not to do clickbait, but I do try to do like appetizing bait. Like I still want it to bait. I still want you to be like, yes, I want to click that. Now, part of that is just me. Like that smile, hey, right, right, yeah. Yeah, you know, but part of it is that, but no, like so I spend time on those thumbnails. I spend time on those titles. Like I'll go through like 20 titles trying to figure out like which one should I use for this one video. And you know, 9 times out of 10, like what I really just want to name it is just like I don't know, biblical events, an expository of biblical events for the untrained mind. That ain't about to get no clicks and views. And so no, I do pay attention. Now I'm not a trend hopper. So, a lot of people they'll come around and they'll say, no, this is what such and such says to do. This is what this other guy says to do, and this is what all these other people says to do. Well, see, there are two things about me that is always going to make me chuckle on the inside. Is that number one, I'm a sociologist. And so I know a little something about statistics and variables. And number two, I'm an amateur computer programmer. So I know a little something about variables, right? And so the thing is, like, there's no cheat code. Nobody else can give you their secret sauce that works for you. It's really not like a recipe. That's not how this shit works. There's so many different variables into what's going on that there's never an excuse not to pay attention. You know what I'm saying? And so I spend my whole time paying attention to what is going on with my audience. And that does not mean that I follow my audience. So the same way I'm not following whatever trends everybody else is doing, I'm also not necessarily following my audience because I don't know if I want to go where the fuck you leading. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody that watch, oh damn, this about to free some content creators out there. Everybody that show up don't get a right to lead me. Like, how did you get that right? Just because you watched the video. All right, now that I've watched the video, let me tell you who the fuck to be from now on. Whoa. Hey, whoa, Kimosabe. You know what I'm saying? Who got the keys to my bimmer? You know what I'm saying? So like, no, we don't do that. So I'm paying attention to my audience, and I'm damn sure looking like, oh, here are the people that are really vibing with my content. You know what I'm saying? I knew very early on, like, okay, there are certain people that are coming because it looks like I'm the new hotness, right? But you can clearly see when there's a disconnect between how people perceive you and whether or not they're even really paying attention to your content. Because I've been in so many conversations, I'm like, why they choosing me to talk to about this? This is odd, because like, I don't know. All right, let me see here. Let me make sure I'm catching up. So yeah, and I am a stickler about that, right? And hopefully someone gets you some freedom from this. When you raise, okay, all right. When you raise the standards of how you operate, you raise the standards for what you tolerate. Okay, damn. I feel like that was cold-blooded. I didn't think I was going to be doing stuff like this. This is just supposed to be going through the timeline. But when you raise the standard of how you operate, you raise the standard of what you tolerate. And so one of the things that I don't tolerate is people treating me like they don't know me. I don't tolerate that. Like, no, I don't. If you're not going to take the time to get to know me, but you're going to spend a lot of time assuming things about me, then I'm going to create space between us. You ever want to see me on a live, just like get a weird face? Watch somebody speak for me who doesn't know me. I'm like, what? I think I was on a live one time and somebody was like, yo, we all think we ain't never talked about this before. So how do you know what I think about this? Whoa. I don't like stuff like that. All right, y'all can get me on a rabbit trail, man. y'all gonna get me on a rabbit trail. It's like, no. So like, no, one of my standards is you have to treat me like you know me. And if you don't know me, you actually have to extend the effort to get to know me. Cause I'm not a cheap no. You can't know me just by looking at me. No, baby, I'm a deep read. I'm a big book. You know what I'm saying? I'm a thick book. You know, some people say they got big back energy. I got thick book energy. Okay. Oh, I'm a deep read. I'm a long read. This feels a little sexual. You know, let's move on. All right. So 3.3, read me, goddammit. You know, you're thick and long read. Habanero. Jalapeno. Oh, man. Not Dwight Howard. Oh, that's too funny. That is too funny. All right, so videos 3.7 million views on YouTube this year, 68.7% of our views. Damn, we're still in stats, y'all. We ain't even got in the calendar yet. Shorts 1.5 million views, and I'm just like, what? And then this one that blew me, live 124,000 views, and I'm like, bro, like what? Who be watching these live streams like that? Y'all are too nice, man. But no. Quite honestly, I appreciate you all. I'm gonna hit subscriber growth real quick, and then I'm on the wrong damn computer. That's the problem when you got too many screens in front of you. But I want to be able to see everything today, and I haven't been able to engage with the chat in so long. And if y'all have seen Sunday sessions, like on a whole nother level, and you ain't seen nothing yet. We're actually building out the production team, Weekend Warriors team. This shit feels so good. Everything feels so real, so surreal. And I'm so excited and so proud for our team at Bridge City, man. Oh, big shout out to Bridge City. All right, so published, well, I'll do published videos. This year, I published 400 shorts, 162 videos, and 114 live streams. Because of that, I got 50,000 new subscribers from my videos, 1.5 thousand subscribers from shorts, and 317 subscribers from live streams. Like, it's been a year. Like, this is 50,000. And so, and again, I haven't updated these stats since last week. So some of these numbers are going to change a little bit. But man, we entered this year with roughly 5,000 subscribers, you know, and I honestly thought that was it. Like, I was like, yeah, 5,000, that's pretty good. Because I judge I judge my success on this channel by a different market, okay, than other content creators in this space. Other content creators in this space, and I don't want to speak for them because I don't know how they judge it, but I know they're not judging it by the same market I'm using, because my market is just the world I come from. That's how I judge my my success, whether or not we're doing okay or we're not. It's how am I stacking up against my contemporaries in the world that I left behind. That's where my metric comparisons are. So I don't compare myself with other people in the secular community. I don't compare myself, to other people in the atheist community. I don't see them as my competition. In many cases, I don't even see us on the same tracks. We exist in the same world. We exist in the same space. We have some cross interest, some cross intersections in our audience, but our trajectories are going in directions that are not necessarily in conflict with each other, but they're damn sure not aligned, Dang it. Let me get some more tea. So when we entered the year at around 50,000 subscribers, I'm sorry, not 50, at around 5,000 subscribers, I'm looking at many of my contemporaries and knowing everything I know about that world, and I'm like, no, we're doing pretty good. And if we top out right here, this is still enough where I can, within 5 to 10 years, find, because that's how I think. I'm a long-term thinker. Um, Within 5 to 10 years, find a solid base to start working on some of these projects and programs. And so, like, for those of you who've been paying attention, there's at least 5 programs that are always on my mind. Bridge City is one of them. Uh, Wind and Window Shop is another one. Mastermind is another one. Omniverse is another one, and Together We Can is another one. So those are now Bridge City right now. That's the flagship. That's what we're focusing on. But no, so that's what I look at. I look at and say, okay, what these other preachers doing? These new church planners doing who come from that space, and I use them because I know they're aggressively growth centric. And so that lets me know, that gives me kind of like an abnormal curve to measure by. And so I was like, no, we came in at 5,000, man. We're doing good. Um, and 5 to 10 years from now, we'll have a solid base. And even with those just 5,000 subscribers, that would be enough to build and work on these programs and projects that are just that I'm obsessed with working on, right? And then February hit, and like around February, we had jumped by about 6,500, and I was still like, oh, dang, okay, so we're growing again. Every December we hit a slump. Literally every fall and winter. It's like as soon as late fall hits and winter hits, numbers start going down. I'm like, oh, what's going on? Or at least it happened last year and this year, and so we got up to about 6,500, and I was like, oh, okay, so maybe we're going to top out around 10,000 by the end of the year. And so then maybe instead of it taking us 5 to 10 years to actually get serious about doing some of this stuff with Bridge City, or doing something with Mastermind, or doing something with Windows Shop, maybe it only take us 6 to 8 years, if we end up topping out at about 10,000 by the end of the year. And February to March, we jumped to like 30,000 subscribers. And I was like, what? I don't. Okay. No, nobody predicts that. You know what I'm saying? Unless they're lying and they're lucky. That's how you that's how you predict something like that. You're lying and you're lucky. you know. That was, oh, well, I will say I had a conversation with myself uh the year prior. This was before I started doing content, and it was just because I was running a little mentorship program here, just local. And I was doing a few things, and I had a conversation with myself about a puddle. I was like, Darante, maybe one of the problems in life is that, like, you're like fishing in a puddle. Like, you're expecting to catch stuff, like big stuff in a puddle. You know what I'm saying? And then and then and then you got to be kind of honest about what you're trying to catch. What are you really trying to catch? And I've been very honest about my ambitions ever since I've been sharing content. Like, no, I'm trying to change the world. My kids got to live in this world. My grandkids got to live in this world. I'm trying to change the world. So I've been very ambitious about that. But I realized, like, at that time in my life, I was trying to change the world by fishing in puddles. And it was like, no, dude, puddles ain't gonna get it. Ponds ain't gonna get it. You know what I'm saying? Pools ain't gonna get it, bruh. For what you fishing for, you're gonna have to get out there in the big wide ocean. And I think that was scary for me. Like, and that's kind of like what YouTube was. It's like, damn, because like there's nowhere to hide. Once you start putting this out there, it's out there. You can't say, oh no, such and such misunderstood. I actually still believe in God. I just believe in a different kind of God. You couldn't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let's get through this. No, we did get through that. We did get through that. All right, that's good. All right, so are y'all ready to get Oh man, are y'all ready to get into the calendar? So we're gonna get into January chapter 1. We're gonna get into January, but before we do, one of the biggest requests I get, which is so weird, um, it's so weird to me, but it's one of the biggest requests I get from people who are still believers who need some reason to invalidate what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you invalidate what I'm saying. You just invalidate what I'm saying. But they always say stuff like, you was probably never even a real preacher. What church you pastored? What was the name of your church? Do you have any videos of you preaching? You have any videos to prove? And I'm like, oh my goodness. Number one, I am Googleable. And I mean, you got to reach. But if you search back far enough, you can even find stuff when I was working for the Southern Baptist Convention. I was an atheist then, but I was working there. You may even find stuff of me preaching at a national Baptist church when I was the pastor at Pleasant Grove. You know, and the name of my church, well, it had two names. It started as Kingdom International Worship Center, and then I changed it to Kingdom Central once I realized, like, I think it's time for us to act like a more modern church. Yeah. And so as we transition to actually getting into this calendar, and I said this, the reason I say it's weird is because I've always showed a clip or two. Like I've showed the snicker tantrum clip of me over and over and over again on different lives, right? But I'm going to show a different one today. And so let me get this thing set up for you. And then I'll be right back after that, I think. Yeah, I'll be right back after that, and we'll jump into January. The old army did every hour I need thee. Bless, oh Jesus, you know my Savior. Say, hey, 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 young girl. I come to thee. Oh God. Jesus. I need the old. All right. There's enough of that. There's enough of that. Let's get into this conversation. Let's get into January. All right, but no, that was me. So for anybody who's ever said, "Oh no, he wasn't a real," number one, I don't care. Like I don't care what people say. I don't be caring what people. Oh, you were never a pastor for real. That doesn't stop the fact that I was. So it doesn't bother me. And actually, I like these clips. I like going back and looking at myself and being like, bruh, you done came from a mighty long way. Like, so I am always looking for an excuse to throw one of these videos like up, like for real, you know. So now, yeah, I just jumped back on here with the hair because we're going into January, and I don't know if my homie is still here, but like this is actually his. This he had this sent here for him, and then he was gone when it got here, and then like months later, he was like, "Yeah, I just got me another." And I'm like, "Oh, your other one came and it's sitting in there." So I pulled it out because he jumped in the live. But also because we're talking about January, and when you start off with talking about January, you can't get into January without talking about January the 1st. And as an African American, January the 1st has so many connotations for me. As a former Black pastor, again, especially one from the urban kind of mega church scene, like watch night was a big thing for us, and so typically, like right now, oh yeah, like if I was still pastoring Kingdom Central, or if I was still on staff at the Rock Church, right now, I'd be at the church. Like we'd be, and I'm not even gonna say it like it's a bad thing. Like I love the events that I got to be a part of. Like we pulled off some incredible things, man. Like, oh my goodness. But yeah, like right now I'd be at the church and we'd be like decorating, getting stuff set up, making sure the food is gonna be on time because you gotta have some vendors out there with some unhealthy food. That's how we do. That's how we do. But you're getting ready for watch night where we're going to bring the year in together. And typically there's going to be some superficial message preached that we're going to make sound deeper than it is. But at the end of the day, the message is, this is your last year. Right here. Look at this year and know that you'll never see this year another day in your life. It's going to be stuff like that. We're going to take some triumphant message, maybe like Joshua conquering Canaan. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we're going to have, maybe it's going to be the Jericho situation. But by the time you march around this sanctuary 7 times and the clock strikes 12, you're going to do all of that and have a really good time with it. But it's ultimately going to be shallow now, and that's the rule. There are quite a few exceptions, and I was one of those exceptions. Like I got to the point, especially because I was pastoring, especially my second church. Damn, my main church. I was pastoring my main church because I realized like I've pastored more than 2 churches now. But when I was pastoring my main church, the one that I spent the bulk of my time with, the one that I started from the ground up, I was also going through college, so I wanted to be very astute with the stuff that I did. And so, I did the little history on watch night. And so I'd always try to bring in some type of Black history for our watch night events, even though we were a mixed congregation, which I think I did a pretty good job of that. It was already odd that we were a mixed congregation because I was Black. And this is the South. But I was kind of good at stuff like that, All right, so January the 1st, and I got my Black Power wig on. We're going back for a while, way back in the time, But because January 1st, it brings me to a lot of those moments. It definitely brings me to watch night, but also a name that I don't share as much. I think I've definitely mentioned Dr. Clark a few times. And Dr. Clark is an atheist. He just doesn't get mentioned in atheist circles. But he was 100% an atheist, him and George G. Jackson. But Dr. John Henry Clark's birthday is January 1st. He was born in 1915. Now he's a name that is often associated with Pan-African studies, Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, a lot of those things. But he was just a genius of a man, and he was one of the people when I deconverted that, like, I literally cried that I had spent so much time chasing preachers, for information, for mentorship. And I'm like, damn. And Dr. Clark was just right here, just talking about a bunch of things that I had a bunch of curiosities about. So January 1st, every year, like I definitely think about Dr. Clark. But another thing is the Haitian Independence Day. That was when I was going through my deconstruction phase. I was learning so much. And one of those things was learning about Haiti's independence. And boy, what a story that is. because as a person who definitely floated through a lot of evangelical type of situations, I had heard about Haiti's independence before, but it was never framed as Haiti's independence. Like I had heard about it from Pat Robinson of the 700 Club, and Pat always talked about Haiti at least once a year. Like pretty much anytime something negative happened to Haiti, Pat Robinson would mention that Haiti made a pact with the devil. You know what I'm saying? Made a pact with the devil. And that's why they have all of these disasters. And I was just like, oh man. And so when I actually, did the research, and I was like, oh. And so now I'm not going to go too much into Haiti's Haiti's revolution right now. But it's a wonderful story of resilience. It's a wonderful story of fighting back and overcoming. It's also a cautionary tale in many different ways. There are many lessons to learn, but I treat all of history that way. But it was a moment that shook the Western world. It was the first black empire established in the West. And Jean-Jacques Dessalines, oh my goodness. And Duty Bookman. There's another name, and I'm gonna kick myself because Jean-Jacques, okay, I don't want to get into the nuances of the history, but their Independence Day was January 1st, 1804. So when I think of January, I definitely kind of think of that. And then my last little Black history nugget for January is I also think of faith, but not faith in the Christian sense, not faith in the Judeo-Christian sense at all, not faith in the Abrahamic sense, but faith in the sense of Kwanzaa, because on January 1st, households that participate in or celebrate or commemorate Kwanzaa, that's their word of the day. Their word of the day is faith or Imani. And so I had to put on my little soul glow. Let your soul, I can kind of pull it down a little bit right there and then kind of look like Morris Day a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But I had to put this on a little bit just to kind of give you those African nuggets, because now we're about to get into heavy stuff, because I just gave you the African American stuff because, man, January of 2025, wow, we did not get this year started off great. So let's just, in the spirit of that, let's get a little hope for all of us. So for wherever you are, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I'm just going to give you a little hope here, because this next conversation we're going to talk about, the next point on our map, on our timeline to visit is January 20th. Does anybody know what happened on January 20th, 2025? All right, let me give you. It was Inauguration Day. Okay. The current president of whatever the fuck y'all calling this is, yeah. Okay. All right. Here's some music for you.
Winter's upon us, but spring is coming. Seasons change, yet we still remain. Hold on to goodness, for there is shelter when we all work to find a way. When times are getting hard and days are getting dark, we can make it if we all
Okay, there we go. All right, so you all heard it. If we're gonna make it through, we're gonna have to work to find a way. Like, oh my goodness, January 20th. This is our first step on the map of 2025. And yeah, like bruh, you saw a lot. We've seen a lot since January 2025. I don't have a lot of comments about y'all's president. I didn't have a lot of comments when y'all put him up there the first time. I was just like, boy, America ain't just got no decency no more. They ain't trying to hide it at all. This just who they is now, I guess. It's regression is a hell of a drug. What can I say? I don't know. Like, I guess people expected me to be shocked, and I wasn't shocked because I was watching how the board was being played. So I wasn't shocked about the election results. And it wasn't even just how the board was playing out. It's just that what I've seen this country do, historically. Like, not only have I been black my whole life, but I've studied my history, and so, not saying that it was all about black folk. I'm not trying to say that's why he got elected. I feel like it has something to do with it, but I've just seen so much. Like, it wasn't a shocker for me. Like, this is the same country that authorized the harassment of Dr. King while he was organizing black folk. You know what I'm saying? This is the same country that killed Fred Hampton in his apartment, in his bed, sleeping. You know what I'm saying? So, like, when people want me to share their outrage, I'm like, oh, see, my outrage started a long time ago. I was born in outrage. I was born in the darkness. You merely adapted to it. See, you new here. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm used to being the ugly stepchild. You just finally getting a taste of it. Welcome. No, it wasn't. 2025 started off ugly for a lot of people. The people like, how could we vote for this man? Like, how did y'all vote for him the first time? And then, I'm not gonna get too political, but I'm just like, bruh, the options y'all throwing up here, like, and that's not a new thing. That's not a new thing. People have been saying that since I was a kid. Since I was a kid, people have been voting for the lesser of two evils. For anybody not to see that, oh yeah, after a while, that shit gonna get tired. All right, like, this is gonna fall apart. And if that's really what's going on, people are gonna start getting really disconnected from the process at all. And then once people are disconnected from the process, which, I mean, and let's be honest about how disconnected from the process we are. We're not just one election cycle disconnected from the process. We're not just two election cycles from the from this process. We are several generations of election cycles removed, disconnected from the process. People control it and do whatever the heck they want to do because we're going to keep playing games. So, no, I was not surprised. Man, I felt bad for a lot of people. Because a lot of people were, like, righteously terrified. Like, man, I saw people shivering and everything. Like, shivering. And I'm like, oh, snap. This your first time going through this, huh? Oh, man, you should have saw us when Bush was elected. Huh. Let's not talk about Reagan. Man, It's either how soon we forget or it's how much we don't know. Like the 60s, bruh. The 60s, black folks saw full on fascism from this government. Like full on. Was it Jacksonville, Mississippi? Wow. College University. All right, so let's move on from January to better news. In February, Beyonce won 3 Emmys. Did y'all hear about that? I don't know what they were in. I know one of them were. I do know that one of them, and y'all. I think one was it not. Why put Emmys? Grammys. Beyonce didn't win Emmys. She won Grammys. She won 3 Grammys. I don't know if anybody else won Grammys. So I don't know if anybody else has won 3 Grammys. And that's the weird thing. And that's what I knew this going through this timeline was going to be odd because I don't care about any of this stuff. I don't know. Like, did somebody else win 4 Grammys, 5 Grammys, 6 Grammys? But I do know Beyonce won 3, and it was a big deal. And I only know it was a big deal because, oh my goodness, excuse me, people were mad on social media. Like, oh, bruh. And that's how I know. Like, I think one of them was in a not gospel. I mean, she could get that one. I could see her doing a gospel thing because I think they did the Amen thing way back in the day when they were Destiny's Child. Country. She did a country album, Cowboy Carter, which I will admit, I had not heard the album. I had not heard one song on the album until this year. This year was my first time hearing the album, and it was Essence. Essence, who was playing it which this is later on our calendar, but when we did our Liftoff Weekend and Rise event in Southern California, in LA, Essence, one of our community members there, she was playing it at the end. And I was like, oh, this is kind of, what is this? And she was like, but is that Cowboy Carter? And I was like, oh, snap, that Cowboy Carter. And so I was like, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. So no, dope. So February opened up with a little lighter news. January, you got Trump. But February, Beyonce got 3 Grammys. And so, hey, you gotta look on the bright side, right? I mean, like, that's what life is like when it's like when you're living in this type of society, you got to be thankful for your bread and circus. You know what somebody's gonna get that. Somebody's going to get that. When you're living in this society, you got to be thankful for your bread and your circuses. All right, they're giving you, but no, like that's Beyonce. Like, I actually am a fan. I don't know if I'm a fan. I don't like that word fan. I definitely appreciate her music. I appreciate her art. I ain't really got no issues with her and her husband. I don't know them like that. I just know their music. So I have liked their music. I like their music gets pumped a lot in my house. Like, oh my goodness. Jay-Z gets pumped a lot. It gets like a lot of times when people say something crazy to me, Jay-Z lyrics be going through my head. Or Eminem. Particularly the Eminem that was with Dr. Dre. Like, these voices, I hear them, and then dun, 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 like, oh yeah, there's a whole fool in here. There's a whole fool. Like, nowadays, everybody want to talk. Like, they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move the lips. Just a bunch of gibberish. Motherfuckers act like they forgot about Darante. They ain't ready. Okay, so Beyonce won 3 Grammys. I think that was really cool. 3 Grammys. I don't know what the Grammy stats are, so I don't know where that goes, but I know Beyonce be working her ass off, man. So, hey, hats off. That's good. Better news than January brought, right? February 7th, I did a video that actually became my number 4 video of the year. My number 4 video of the year. I'm curious if anybody can guess it. I'm not going to wait for you to guess it, but if you want to pause and think about it a little bit, I guess this is a good time to do so. But I'm curious if anybody can guess it. But February 7th, I dropped a video that became the number 4 video of this year. That video has earned 119,000 views and counting. And that video was the top 10 lies I told as a pastor and didn't even realize it. That became my number 4 video. And I want to say that might have been the video that I worked on with Chris Mallard. I'm not 100% sure. It might be, but I think so. I know it's one that's in the top. But the top lies I told as a pastor, and it's again kind of like I said earlier, like the title is made to be appetizing. Top 10 lies I told as a pastor without even realizing it. And I think like if I redid this video today, which by the way, I will likely republish this video to give myself a day off. That's what I'll throw some in there. But if I republish this video today, even if I used a similar title, I'd take off the "and didn't even realize it." That's just extra words for no reason. That's just like a nod to myself to make me feel better that the first part of the video is calling me a liar. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the top 10 lies I told as a pastor, but I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, no, that doesn't add anything to it. It doesn't tell anybody anything else for real, for real. And quite honestly, if they can't watch the video and come away with it if they can't watch the video and come away from it with the nuanced understanding that, yeah, these are lies, but you weren't lying, they weren't going to be able to get that understanding from you adding the words either, And so just again, extreme pragmatist there. Extreme pragmatist. Let me get back on the chat screen because I can't see chat screen me. Let me see this super casual. Holy snap. Still struggling with traumas like coming out of the matrix. No, I definitely understand that. I definitely understand that. Oh man, that's whoa. Wow. That's you're gonna make me cry on just gonna make me cry. Let me make sure I get your name right. Heroin, why are you doing this to her, brother? Why are you so good to me? Why are you so good to me? No, no, in all honesty, thank you so much. Happy New Year's. That's absolutely beautiful. Greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna have to pay my tithes to Bridge City. I am going to have to pay my tithes off of that to Bridge City. Thank you so much for that support. Wow, that's just beautiful. That's wonderful. Like that helps us do so much. It helps us accomplish so much. That's widely unexpected. Like, dang, bruh. Dang. And then everybody trying to show love in the chat now. Oh, y'all show funny love. Y'all some funny somebodies. I see. No, this is it is. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Wow. I bet you as soon as I said good morning from Australia. Yay. That's what I was mentioning earlier about the having a global campus. Is that I get to talk to our members, not just our members who are in the US, but I get to talk to our members who are in Malaysia. I get to talk to our members who are in Australia. I get to talk to our members who are in Tasmania. And not only me getting to talk to them, but they get to talk to so many other people in the community. And that's been so cool. Like, again, like we got stuff like the garden club, the wellness club, the arts club, and like people are doing the dang thing, man. Like I'm excited. I love our community. Major shout out to our head of community, Ashley Wilmore, and our head of production, Zerniel Shackelford. Man, just incredible people. And so we have wow. Like, so yeah. All right, so that top video, top 10 lies I told as a pastor. February 14th. We're still in February 14th. I told y'all we're going to do silly and serious. February 14th, Captain America Brave New World came out. Can I get your thoughts on this movie in the chat? First of all, if I had the capacity to run a poll, and when I say the capacity, I do have the capacity, but I don't know if y'all have known anything about me. I'm not going to do all of that. No, I do the things that work for me. I'm like, somebody's especially gifted in that, and that person is not me. But if I could run a poll, I would run a poll right now. But just answer in the chat. How many of you saw the movie? Yay or nay? Captain America, Brave New World. Don't care if you saw it on the day it came out, because I never see movies on the day that they come out. I'm not a bandwagoner. You know, I don't care what anybody says. Well, that's the way you really support it. I don't know these people to be trying to support them. I just want to see the movie. Don't be making it that deep for me. Nay. So we got more nays. Damn. Y'all are all racist. I'm calling it right now. I'm just playing. Now, was there a group of people who did not see the movie because Captain America was black in this one? Sure. Am I saying that everybody in this one who said they didn't see it are those people? I couldn't say that. But no, I didn't see it on the day it opened. I did eventually see it. And I'm like, I won't say I'm a Marvel fan, but I watched all their movies. All right. So I don't know what you do with that. But I did watch it, and I just watched it because I've watched all of their movies. Now, here's a confession from me. I'm not a fan of the Captain America franchise. Like it, and that's on me. Those are my biases. I got issues with America. You know what I'm saying? So like when you know, as a black man, here's Captain America. Oh, I don't trust him, like just off facts, man. Like, nah, I'm not a trusting somebody named Captain America. What I look like? Oh, what next? He got a ship named Jesus? No, I'm not trust. So, you know, I had biases against Captain America, where even when I watched his movie, I wasn't paying attention. You know, like I just kind of felt like it was white supremacy with a shield. You know what I'm saying? So like I wasn't giving Captain America, like that was me. Same way white folks responded to Anthony Mackie being black Captain America. That was the way I just responded to Captain America, period. Like, nah, bro. Nah, son. And I've been like that since I was a kid. Like, no, I liked Magneto growing up. Okay. I was a different type of mutant. But actually, you know, watching Civil War, and I was like, damn, it's Tony Stark that's the fucking problem. Now, how did I not see that coming? It's Tony Stark. Captain America is the one standing up to America. Okay, so maybe I need to give his brother another chance. I don't know. I know he will be back in Avengers Doomsday. Did you see what I did there? Did you see what I did there? But no, I did see Captain America Brave New World. And I want to say I saw it twice. And I want to say I saw it twice for the same reason I saw the Marvels twice. And that's because, like, after watching it the first time, I still didn't know what the fuck I watched. So I went back to watch it again to see if I missed anything. And I was like, nope, I really didn't miss anything. They just threw things together. Like that wasn't a story. It wasn't a very compelling story for me. Almost saw it just for Harrison Ford. And so you know what? Like, if you would have saw it just for Harrison Ford, you would have felt like I felt when I saw Highest to Lowest, which I'm not even going to go there right now because it's later on it's on the map. It's on the map. Now, what I will say, what they got right in the movie is the one fight scene that they teased through the trailer. And that's the fight scene with Red Hulk and Sam. You know what I'm saying? And Black Captain America. Just doesn't feel right just calling him regular Captain America. You feel like you have to add the additive. Yeah, the Hulk is fighting Captain America, but he's black. You know, so because then you know, like, oh, you know, it's like Green Lantern. You think of, like, immediately you're gonna think of Hal Jordan. You know, but if I say but he's black, you're like, oh, other one whose name I don't know right now. And that's the problem with America, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know the names of black people because apparently they all look alike. Some of you looking at me right now, I have people who say that I look like Lakeith Stanfield and also say I look like Dr. Dre. Now, those two people don't look nothing alike. But you know what? In all fairness, there are quite a few people groups that y'all all look alike to me too. Okay, so I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, no, I'm just playing. I told you it's gonna be silly. It's gonna be serious. What it's not gonna be is superstitious. We're just having a good time ending out the year and reviewing the year. They fucked up Brain Man Head. I forgot what his name is supposed to be. I didn't watch comics. I didn't watch comics. Nobody watched comics. But I didn't collect comics. I didn't read comics. I was reading stuff like The Green Mile. And I did read Roald Dahl. I love Roald Dahl's books. They were amazing as a kid, which a lot of those got turned into movies. James and the Giant Peach, The Witches, Matilda. Roald Dahl was awesome. But I was also reading stuff like Up from Slavery. You know what I'm saying? The Life and Narratives of Frederick Douglass, which was magnifique. I don't know why my family was so surprised that I became the type of person that I became, even in my younger years, you know? Reading their comics for a long time. Okay, so now did you see Brave New World? Because maybe you'll have a better review of it than I did. The 80s version of The Witches was off the chain. I loved that movie so much. I wanted his grandmama to adopt me. Oh my goodness, I wanted to live with his grandmama. Even if I had to be a little rat. If I got to be a little rat or a little mouse or whatever to live with his grandmama because she was a G. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the 80s version of The Witches was like it was really good, man. It was you know, I say late 80s and the 90s, boy, movies got good. I don't know what happened. All right, so March 2nd. So we're in March. All right, we're making it through. We're in the third month of the year, y'all. March 2nd, Firefly Aerospace's Blue Ghost makes a successful soft landing on the moon, becoming the first commercial lunar lander to accomplish the feat. And that sounds like really exciting stuff. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. Man. Yeah, like that's now. Did I know that this was happening in March? Not a clue. This just got put on my timeline, and so I'm gonna mention it. And I'm supposed to tell you how I feel about it. And so, I mean, okay, so I'll just tell you from what I do understand. A commercial company has made contact with the moon. That's the most simplified way I got it. Now I get it. It's more detailed than that because made contact could mean like they sent a signal to the moon and the moon, type of thing, and the moon received a signal. But this is physical contact. But it's a lunar lander, so I'm guessing a lander. I don't give myself permission to know anything I don't know. So I'm sure that I could assume that a lander is a robot, but instead of assuming that a lander is a robot, I'm gonna guess. You see what I did there? I'm guessing that a lander is a robot. Okay. And so they've put one on the moon, and they're the first commercial company to do so. That's kind of cool to me. Oh, dude, I grew up on X-Men. Like that was. We're gonna have to come back to X-Men because I will derail this whole show to talk about X-Men. Like y'all don't understand. Like that was a thing for me. And then deconverting it was hard because I had to relive this scene in the '90s cartoon of something that I used to be as a Christian I was really proud of. And of course, I was over exaggerating the scene as a Christian, but it's still there. And it's a scene where Nightcrawler basically witnesses to Wolverine. And then Wolverine has this, consciousness of faith moment, And then I had to go back after I deconstructed and deconverted. And I was like, oh, it's kind of like one of those like, damn, why did they throw that in there? But no, so apparently they got a little robot. I'm guessing got a little robot out there, and it's a commercial company that's done it, and it's Firefly. I don't know who Firefly is. Are they a Jeff Bezos company, or what's the other guy? I know it was like three guys at one point who were all doing it. One of them, Richard Branson. It was Richard Branson, it was Jeff Bezos, and it was Elon Musk, and they all had things going on. And I know Elon is just like, man, fuck the moon, I'm on Mars or whatever. So again, I don't know. Like that's what I'll call popular information, right? Popular information. That thing that people always like, well, everybody knows. And it's like, well, I don't know if everybody knows it, but a lot of people assume that it's true because it's popular information. But Firefly doesn't sound like any of those, even though Blue Ghost does sound like one of those. So I don't know, but that's exciting. It's commercials, commercial. Hell, our government budget for space stuff is getting like yikes. So glad somebody else is making headway. All right, March 13th. Ooh, my number 3 video I dropped in March on March 13th. That video to date has garnered 168,000 views. Ain't that some stuff? And that one was 10 hard questions Christians should ask themselves but won't. And I think that one was a really good one. I enjoyed that one. I actually had a friend reach out to me who's still in, well, I won't say still in ministry. He still does work. He's kind of on the fence about where he is with his beliefs. But he and we did ministry together. And after I did that video, and he was like, man, this was a video I needed. And he was like, it's a video that I wish so many other Christians would sit down and walk through themselves. So that was really cool. Wolverine coffee mug. I love it. March 18th. Oh, my number 1 video. The number 1 video of the year. Number 1 video. So my number 3 video and my number 1 video both come from March. Number 1 video of the year. At this moment, it has, like, actually, I don't know how much it has now because I pulled these stats last week. 212,000 views. And that one was the 10 worst things Jesus ever said that proved he was a cult leader. Because that's like, I don't know, like if anything like just really gets my goat, if anything, Creflo's my dollars. If anything, Juanita's my Bynums. If anything, Kirk's my Franklins. It's when people who are non-believers still talk about Jesus as if he's a good guy. And it pisses me off a little bit. And I know my pet peeves are for me. So I try not to use my pet peeves to judge other folks. But it still pisses me off when I hear people do it, because I'm like, as a young minister, you have no idea how much shit I had to overlook to make this guy good. As a person who had to preach about this dude every Sunday, you have no idea how much I had to make excuses for to make this guy seem good. And so then just to hear people who don't even believe him, and I'm like, hey, what you punk faking for? What you fake breaking for? What are you doing this? What's going on? Why are you calling this thing good when it is obviously not? No. Like this whole dichotomy of the God of the Old Testament being mean, ugly, and gruesome, and the God of the New Testament being loving and peaceful and kind. Where you see a loving and peaceful and kind Jesus at? Like from the moment this bruh started preaching, he saying stuff like, I came to bring sword. He said, don't think that I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. The kingdom of God suffereth violence, and the violent taketh by force. That word suffereth means allows. He was a violent man who liked playing with naked boys in the garden. Let's tell the truth tell the truth and shame the devil, as the old folks used to say. You know? Yeah. Oh man, yeah. Yeah. Islam is much worse than Christianity. Like, I couldn't say that, right? Because to say that would be to ignore everything Christianity did before we kicked it out of power. And then it makes people think it's comfortable to let Christianity get back in power. That's how you get where you are today, because secular people think, oh, Christianity is not that bad. What the fuck? It wasn't that long ago when they were killing people. We act like it was like 2,000 years ago when Christians were in power and showed what they do. It's the same fucking playbook. Literally. It's the same playbook. They got the same mascot. Name is just in different languages, but it's the same fucking mascot. So I get why people say that. I'm like, no, you say that because it's more in your face, but that's what it looks like when a religion is in power, period. Doesn't matter what religion it is. When a religion is in power, that's what it's going to do. That's what it's going to do. Not the Milgram experiment, but like, what was it? The Stanford experiment shows this. Man, you put people in power and that power is unchecked, is not based in anything. Oh my God, that's what it's going to do. So all I do is just look back, look at all the times Christianity has been in power and see what it has done. I know when it's actually been in power, no checks and balances. It's clear. That's how you get a transatlantic slave trade. That's how you get all of these papal bulls where all of a sudden, land belongs to you that didn't. And you can kill, rape, and pillage anybody that's there. So no, I don't buy that one is worse than the other or one is better than the other. I never bought the lesser of two evils. If something is evil, there's no gradient. Damn, this is good. No, if it is bad, there's no gradient for this. There's no, well, this one is this one will kill you too, but it won't, they both bad, period. They both bad. When we see what Islam is doing, we shouldn't say, oh, we should be thankful Christianity isn't doing that. No, when we see what Islam is doing, we should remind ourselves, see, that's what the fuck religion does when it's in power. So make sure to keep these fucking Christians in check. That's the message. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know I'll get on my pedestal in a moment, in a minute. Because now I'm not picking which boogeyman is better than the other. They're all just horrible. Girls, you're both ugly. That's how you handle that. Okay. So, yep. 10 worst things Jesus ever said. And that's the thing. Like, if a person showed up today and decided to be who Jesus was, he'd be a Muslim. Let me stop. Oh my goodness. I try, Okay, so March 28th, a magnitude 7.7 earthquake strikes Myanmar. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Myanmar, Burma, causing more than 3,600 deaths and thousands of injuries. That's wild. 7.7. Was that the biggest earthquake? Does anybody know? Does anybody remember that? Does anybody remember? Because now I will tell you, like, I live, especially in the past 2 years, I pretty much live like a hermit. Like, my first time really getting out is just when I travel. If I'm not traveling, I'm working. So I say, Ashley, you remember that? Okay. Like, was that like, that sounds bad. 7.7 sounds bad. Wow. Okay, so there was one that hit. So like that's when you know it's big. When he's like, I don't know if it was the biggest. There was one like 20 years ago, and it's like, oh damn, we got to go back that far to find one that hit as hard. That's wild. That's wild. I don't know much about earthquakes. I've lived on the East Coast the majority of my life. Well, no, all of my life. I've lived on the East Coast all of my life. So I've really I don't think I've ever experienced an earthquake. My first time visiting the West Coast was last year, which I think I ended up being in California like 3 times last year, and I was there 2 times this year. And looks like the documentary I was in is getting ready for full release, and so I'll probably be in California a little bit more this year with that as well. But I'm completely lost when it comes to earthquakes. What I do know is that they can be overwhelmingly devastating, and most of that is due to the news and movies like 2012, you know. Um, and so that's where I get my images from when it comes to it. There have been bigger ones there have been bigger ones to hit non-populated areas. Wow. 9.5? Like, damn. That- whoa. That's, I mean, if like, shouldn't somebody be checking those out? Like, can we stop those? Like, that's terrifying. Killed over 1,600 people. And that's like when people say, like when people try to talk to me about that fine tuning argument bullshit, like, yeah, don't you just know the earth is everything is so fine tuned for our existence. And yeah, just motherfucking just crack up at any moment and swallow 1,600 people. And not even in a nice way. It's not just gonna swallow you whole, it's gonna throw you against rocks and throw some fire at your ass, and then maybe drop a cow or a car on you, and you don't even know which one you want to hit you. Like, oh damn, like if you see both of them coming at you at the same time and you've already been slammed against the broken earth, and you can feel the heat of the lava, you're kind of like having an Anakin, turning into Darth Vader moment there, getting all fried up, and then you see a cow and a car coming at you. I'm sorry, my comedy is a little dark sometimes. I'm sorry. Too much. But the point is, you wouldn't know which one you want. And so, no, this earth is not like life is not fine tuned. What? Mm-mm. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they say it's perfectly designed for us. Oh, bruh. What this earth is perfectly designed to do is to turn us into exactly who we've become. Monsters still fighting the dark. You know? Now, I said that to be poetic. I don't believe it was designed to do anything. I said that to be poetic, be flowery with my language. But that's one of those things that is it's so hard because, like, other than infrastructure issues, which I don't even know what infrastructure issues you could speak to with an earthquake. But then even speaking to those issues, you get into a little like you get into economic territory that creates more nuance. So like the saddest things about tornadoes, about earthquakes, about hurricanes, about tsunamis is that the only thing you can be is sad. Like you can't be angry. And that's a weird thing. Like it's a good place to sit at, right? Because you can learn a lot about yourself, you can learn a lot about your life, because here's something that happened that that took a lot of lives. This is incredibly tragic. And this is a moment where I have overwhelming sadness. But even if I had anger, I could just have nowhere to apply it, you know, unless it's like a Hurricane Katrina situation. Hello. But even if I have anger, like freak accident, just the earth being the earth, you know, type of thing. That is such an interesting human place to be. And is likely, like, damn, it's like that's probably one of those emotional moments that we still share with our early ancestors, you know, where when something like that happens, sadness is all you can be, you know, like you be angry at the earth if you want to. And I'm pretty sure there was some people who did it. There's probably some whole anti-earth cults that came because, you know, somebody got swallowed up by an earthquake, you know. That's probably how the pantheons of the gods started, you know. Hey y'all, how y'all doing? Happy New Year's Eve, if I haven't said it in a while, and I haven't. But no, I didn't think we'd get that much conversation out of that one, but we did. We've learned that the biggest recorded earthquake was 9.5, and that just sounds scary. In March 28, Burma had one of 7.7, 3,600 deaths and thousands of injuries. And of course, I just walked through the fact that as someone growing up on the East Coast of the United States, it's just something that like Ashley, our head of community, she lives on the West Coast of the United States. So I'm sure she experiences stuff like this a lot more than I do. And I say that just because like the numbers, they don't have any resonant meaning. They don't have any points of reference for me. Somebody be like, oh, this is 16.3. Oh man, everybody okay? You know what I'm saying? Type of thing. It's like, nah, 16.3, ain't nobody there no more. It's gone, dog. You know? Oh man. East Coast for the win, right? All right, so let's move on into April. We've made it through March. All right, we made it through the first quarter of the year. Let's see what we got in April. April, my number 2 video dropped April 7th. That was why Christianity checks every box of a death cult. And you were raised in this. And that one got 199,000 views as of a last check. And again, like that's more views than I got subscribers. So I can't tell you how that happened. But that was actually a pretty good video to me. I think I may have republished that one all over because it's that stuff that people don't think about. Because everybody talks about Christianity as if it's rosary, you know, like it's a very rosy, peaceful religion, loving religion. And I'm like, you cannot find that in its history. You cannot find it in its book. So where the fuck are people getting that from? You know, like anybody who says that, like you literally got to be like cross blind. That's the only. It's like it's some form of cross blindness, like where the cross has been shoved in your face for so long that you don't realize you're looking at a fucking murder weapon. You know, like how do you, what the whole religion like the the icon of the religion is an executioner's device. What? Okay. It's blood magic. Okay. Like in all of the medieval European movies and shows out there, like everybody knows blood magic is the bad people. Like, no, it's blood magic. You covered in the blood. You dipped in the blood. It's like, these are like reverse vampires. Don't you steal that. Don't you steal that. That's for me. That's mine. All right. So April 18th, we had another movie. Sinners dropped on April 18th. Yeah, like obvious, like right? Like, man. Yep, Mormons, and I think Jehovah's Witnesses also didn't do the crosses, which is something I was like, oh, that's nice about y'all. If they wouldn't have been boring, I probably could have been one of the Latter-day Saints. They were just really boring to me, and I'm like, I wasn't gonna do boring church. I got too much neuro spicy to be sitting in here for a whole 2 hours and ain't nothing going on. Like, bruh. And then we sing and can't nobody sing. Like, that's not fun. Singing with people who can't sing, hey, that's not my idea of a good time. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Sinners, right? All right, show of hands. Who saw Sinners? Now, y'all know I saw it because me and Brady Goodwin did a whole live on it, right? And I thought about coming back and doing a whole nother live on it because, like, I say I'm not an opinionated person, but whole movies and shows, I got opinions all day because I have more latitude, number one, to apply purpose to those opinions because they're characters at the end of the day. And I love reading, so I just do the same thing. I have opinions about the characters in the book because those opinions are a reflection of me and how I see myself, as the God of my world. It's all judgmental and shit, So movies and so much so that I've thought about and like I probably will. I just can't do it now because there's so much stuff going on with getting Bridge City where it needs to be. But man, when I get Bridge City where it needs to be, or when Bridge City gets itself, I'm not gonna get it there. We're not gonna do that. But when Bridge City gets itself where it needs to be, like one of the things I do want to do. One of the things I want to do is to do maybe like a weekly show where I'm going through either movies or television shows and even music. Like I don't know what to call it. I know I've thought about the idea. Y'all know I've been talking about doing a morning show with y'all for the longest. I just can't land on. I can't land on doing it all the way. Okay, so let me see what y'all got about Sinners. All right. All right, so I see some people still haven't seen it. Oh, in the mountains of Australia and don't have it. Oh, dang. Yeah, yeah. Well, it is a good movie. You know what? We might Ashley, if you'll put that in, just put that a note. We might do Sinners because that's not something I thought about on movie night. Because we do movie nights for Bridge City Global. Membership has its privileges. So we do movie nights for our thank you, Ashley. We do movie nights for our members, and we've done we've done a documentary that was more serious movie night, and that documentary was watching a church who build and grew, and it was us learning about building community and stuff. This upcoming movie night is going to be Dogma, and then I think the movie night after that is going to be Idiocracy. So we're just having some fun with it. We're just getting started, but it's just a monthly thing we do. For our members on the global campus, you do have to be a member of our global campus to visit those. And that's partly because so that way we don't have to fight with streaming issues on YouTube and stuff, All right, we got a new member in this piece. Look at there. Let me do this. How do I do it? Yes, Primordial Puggles. I love that. That is too cute. That is too cute. Welcome aboard. And so I think it will be a really good idea to do Sinners as a movie night. And not only as a movie night. Oh man, and gifting memberships. Come on now, like we're on a roll today. Do I need to pass the collection plate around? Is that no? I'm just playing. But no, this y'all are amazing. Y'all are beautiful. Thank you. You're wonderful people. So Sinners, we need to do that as a movie night. But what that just made me think of is like, because there may be movies that are available in certain places, and movies that are literally hard to get for some other people, and that will be a way for them to watch them with us. So we got to add Sinners to movie night. I did do a live. I don't want to do any spoilers, so I'm gonna try not to do any spoilers. But man, I enjoyed the movie, and that's kind of like that's a blessing and a curse. Because if I enjoy it, I'm gonna watch it a lot, and the more I watch it, the more I'm gonna point out stuff. because I'm not just a consumer. I also am a creator of worlds myself. I am an author. I like to say it like that. I'm an author, and so as an author, I'm very critical of other authors' work, even though as an artist, I'm sensitive about my shit. Did y'all see what I did there? Did y'all see what I did there? Ashley said you gotta go in blind, so I can't give you any spoilers. But no, it's a great movie. The only thing I'll say about it, like what I really enjoyed, and this won't give away anything about the movie, other than the stylistics that are used in storytelling, is that it used the same type of stylistics from The Color Purple, and I don't know how many people caught that. But like I watched Color Purple as a kid. It was a weird movie. Watching Color Purple, I think maybe in high school, and then again right after high school, I kind of fell in love with the movie, and I was like, "Oh, this is really, really good storytelling," right? Because in The Color Purple, which is something that they did with Sinners, The Color Purple revolves around kind of like three main spaces. The house, the home, the juke joint, and the church. You know what I'm saying? Or a better way to say it is the town, the juke joint, and the church. These is where the majority of the scenes take place at. And so I like that kind of stylistics of storytelling. I thought that was really cool. There was a lot of really neat cinematic stuff that Ryan did in the film. If you wear glasses, if you got bad eyes, you'll be thinking your eyes are getting worse at some moment, because he switches from red to blue to white film at certain points to kind of hint at what's going on, or who's being featured. And my neurospicy like shit like that. Oh, I have not seen the musical version of Color Purple, but I did hear that it got a lot of positive reviews. And I do like musicals, but I haven't seen Hamilton yet either. And that's I know. But again, Captain America type of shit, like like it's like and I know he's not like Captain America, but still, it's America. So like I haven't seen it, but I do want to see Hamilton, and I do want to see um the Color Purple musical. Like it took me forever to even watch Wicked, which I did enjoy the first one. The second one, I don't know, man. Like it's just something about the black woman taking one for the team. And I know technically in the story she's not the black woman, she's the green woman, but she's obviously the black woman in the story. I didn't mean to spoil that for anybody. All right, so I'm gonna move on. But Sinners was man, they're gonna win awards this year. They're gonna win awards this year. Like, oh my goodness, they're gonna win awards this year. But part of that reason, and this is why I know, like, Ryan is not even going to be happy about the amount of awards they win, right? And I think they're going to win like a buttload of awards. But I don't think and I mean, even if they win the maximum awards, I don't think Ryan is going to be happy because it's just a bad year for movies, So like they're not running up against a lot of contenders, But and I still think like if this like it's gonna be them, Fire and Ash, and Wicked, And Fire and Ash, to me, I haven't even seen it, and I already know it sucks. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how you know. That's how you know. But it's gonna get some awards because it's James Cameron, and no matter how bad that story sucks, that cinematography is gonna be excellent. It's like I don't even call the Avatar movies part 1, part 2, and part 3 anymore. It's like it's part 1, and then it's part 1 again, and then it's part 1 for the third time, Oh man. Yeah, it has to get a nomination. It has to get a nomination. I would be curious to see what gets best picture. Now, I don't watch any of the award shows, so I'm never mad when something doesn't win or does win. Because I do know, like sometimes when I look at stuff that's won, I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that existed, you know. And that doesn't mean like, and that's when I'd be like, oh yeah, so like I'm not looking at everything that's on the list to be considered, you know. But I did enjoy Sinners. I think I've watched it probably 3 or 4 times now. Skipping. I will call out like, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna leave it alone. After me and Brady did Sinners, after we did our Sinners conversation, which was a great conversation, by the way. It's still on my channel and it's still on his channel. I think it's still on his channel. I don't want to assume. But excellent conversation. And then afterwards, I came back on my Facebook and Tyler Perry'd it, right? Because you know, like Tyler Perry movies are horrible. We can be honest. This is a safe space. Tyler Perry can't get you here. Okay. So we can be honest, like straws on the list. So I'm not going to say nothing now. But Tyler Perry movies are horrible. And I'm not just talking about the bad wigs and the bad mic placements, you know. I'm talking about the stories. Like, I have ethical issues with Tyler Perry's stories. And like, oh my goodness. Tyler Perry might be the Donald Trump of the black community. I don't know. Y'all keep watching and see. Keep watching and see. We're gonna see. Okay. So that was Sinners. That was Sinners. Oh man. Lifetime movies with a budget, right? Like that is what's going on there, you know? Oh my goodness. I think like and it's like it's not that he's not capable of making a good one every now and then. Because I think Good Deeds was nice. The one where he did with his with Kathy Bates was and Alfred Woodard was really good. It's a little odd that the most popular scene from that movie is a woman getting slapped over the bar. Like that's, and I mean hard slap. And it was one of those things like normally when a woman gets slapped in a movie by a man, it's just like, oh no, this is one of like the way he did this scenes, the way he chose to tell his stories, he chose to have this to be one of those moments where everybody was gonna get up in the theaters and clap. It's very interesting. It's a Trojan horse. Because as soon as I thought about that, he did the other movie, Why Did I Get Married, right? And like one of people's favorite scenes is the woman getting choked. You evil. Okay. You got to see the movie to know what I'm talking about. But yeah, Tyler Perry is like he's on demon time, man. He's insidious with it. He's insidious with it. Oh man. No, you didn't lose cross to Epstein. That is too funny. Oh dang. I forgot Kraus wears hats like this every now and then. That's crazy. Oh man. Like we do need we need a movie review club, man. Like that's I love movie reviews. Okay, so on to lighter news. We've talked about Sinners. April 21st, Pope Francis dies at age 88. I probably should have set that up differently, right? Maybe not on to lighter news. But Pope Francis died on April 21st at age 88. This was a lot of this was a big conversation in the atheist community. And I will say, well, I don't want to say the atheist community. I'd say it was a big conversation in the YouTube atheist community. That's a more proper way to say that. That's more accurate. It was a big conversation. Speaking of sinners, Pope Francis died. That was perfect. Okay, we're gonna rewind. I didn't mean to take those out, but they came out because I'm rewinding, and I've rewinded, and I'm back. Speaking of sinners, Pope Francis died at age 88. No, this was a big conversation. Like I had never been asked in my life so much about how I felt about a pope ever, which is odd because I used to be a pastor. But that kind of goes back to what I mentioned earlier, that like a lot of what I started noticing is that a lot of people who have, again, just a lot of strong opinions about the mega church world don't even come from them type of churches. Because ain't nobody in those churches giving a damn about the Pope. We didn't talk about the Pope. You think Bishop Jakes is up there? Oh, the Pope has died. What the fuck? No. They're trying to be the Pope. They don't care about the Pope. They're the new popes, okay? New popes and pimps for everyone. Pope robes and pimp robes. Pope robes and pimp vibes. I like that. Pope robes and pimp vibes. Pope robes and pimp vibes. Pope robes and pimp vibes. I'm gonna talk to Rick Ross about that one. Pope robes and pimp vibes. If you never heard Rick Ross's "Devil Is a Lie," him and Jay-Z, oh shit, that is a dope song. Okay, but yeah, I didn't. Yeah, like I didn't. Nah, like the churches I come from, we definitely considered the Catholic Church like to be kind of lost, so we didn't follow along with that, which is like the only honest way to be a Protestant Christian, you know, like we left the Catholic Church and really left that shit alone. Like, so it's always been odd to me for Christians who are not Catholic, to care about what the fuck is going on in the Catholic Church. It's just like, that's so weird. And it also just continues to give this false illusion that they running shit that they don't. Like, now they running a lot of shit, but everything they running got their name on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how that goes. Now, if it's not called a St. Mary's or a St. Francis or St. Marcos or whatever, then it's not them. And like, so they've been irrelevant. Like, and when I say irrelevant, I'm not saying irrelevant in the world. They are a large institution. They are a dying institution, but no, still large institution. They have their own nation. But like, as far as the US, the Mormons, whoa. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I mean, like, damn, them Scientologists, like, they just went right for the rich people, like unapologetically. Like, they said, you know what? I'm going to start a cult, but this one, just for the rich people. That way, we don't kill ourselves because we need them to keep making money. You see there? Damn, L. Ron Hubbard, you might have came up on one, bro. But I'm just. Oh, my family is Mormon. That means y'all super boring. Well, like you like that means no half of the family had good church. Like, you was an atheist at a young age, wasn't you? Like, like, boy, nah, I get it. But yeah, and that is like, and so when I say it was irrelevant, and that's what I want to classify, or that's really what I want to call out, is us being mindful that our experiences do not represent the whole, period. And so, like, you don't know anything about anything that you don't know about. Your vibes is not data. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you see on television does not give you insight into anything. And it's just not a smart way to move. So, like, if you'll notice in my content, I don't spend a lot of time critiquing Catholicism. I'd probably be wrong in half of my critiques because I don't know much about Catholicism. I know a little bit only because there was this little old white lady named Miss Sue that fell in love with me, and she was trying her hardest to get me to convert to Catholicism because she just like, you are such a great person, but damn, you're going to go to hell if you don't be a Catholic. And this is when I was a pastor, and she meant that with her whole heart. She was old school. But sweet old lady, but just she really thought I was going to hell. She really, and I was a fellow Christian, but she didn't see me as a fellow Christian. But in many ways, I didn't. There were many points in my journey in Christianity where I didn't see Catholics as fellow Christians. But to be honest, there were times I didn't see Baptists and Methodists as fellow Christians. There were people that needed to get saved. You know what I'm saying? Like them Baptists, they need to get saved. They need to get filled with the Holy Ghost. Hey, shatarabasia. They need to get filled. They over there playing with the Lord. They need to get touched, just a little touch from Jesus. Hallelujah. You know, that's so like now. All right, so Pope Francis died. He was 88 years old. Sound like, you know, age did what age does. I'm sure he had the best of care, you know. So I'm not surprised when a person who is kind of wrapped in wealth and wrapped in luxury. Well, it's not that I'm not surprised. It's like I'm like, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel bad. Like they had that. It's kind of like the earthquake, right? When the earthquake happens, like I don't know who I'm supposed to be mad at. All right, so like when the Pope dies at 88, he was surrounded probably by the best of care. I hear they got a lot of money over there in Vatican City, and so you know he's probably surrounded by the best of care. He's getting hospital care that many of his members cannot get. You know what I'm saying? All over the world. So I don't know what I'm supposed to feel when he dies. You know, and that ain't even just because he's the Pope and he rich. It's also because he's somebody I don't even know. Like I don't. His family gonna be sad. They're gonna miss him. I don't know him. I don't know the man. Never met him. Never looked up anything about him. Now I've heard stuff about him. Again, popular information. Other than that, just in case Christians. Those are the majority of Christians. To me, and that's what I keep trying to tell the secular community, the harvest is plentiful. It's the labor that are few. There are not that many Christians out here. If you get more pastors to deconvert, we will tell you the truth. Because here's something that 100%, and I don't know, as a sociologist, I don't normally say 100%, because 100% is always a fallacy. You can only shrink the margin of error. You can't make it go away. But 100% of pastors will tell you that 90% of their membership are just in case Christians. No pastor out there believes that they're pastoring true believers. Only atheists and non-believers believe in true believers. Pastor's going to tell you the truth. These other people just performing. And what you think is them being motivated by their religion, in many cases, is them just being motivated by mob mentality. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I say, you know, you can spend as much time as you want to trying to attack a particular personality, but I can go ahead and tell you from a strategy perspective, it ain't going to do shit. If you really want to do something, you need to start learning what's feeding this mob mentality, this herd mentality. If you break up the herd, I'm already saying stuff that can get me killed, you know. So let me shut the fuck up, because I love my life and y'all ain't gonna do shit to protect me. Tell the truth and shame the devil. You hear what I'm saying? All right, let's go on. Okay. Oh man, like, yeah, he gone. Okay, bye-bye. He tried. It's like the earthquake. They did everything they can do. I don't know who I'm supposed to be mad at when an 88-year-old rich religious person dies. Oh no. I am so sad. Now, y'all know me. I am a humanist, so I'm not going to be out there, ding dong, the witch is dead. I don't know them to have that type of virility, you know. I know what you represent, but that I still don't know you. And it's just, again, extreme pragmatist. How would that help me? It wouldn't. How would that help anybody? It wouldn't. All right. So now on to, damn, I can't even say brighter news on this one. But on May 2nd, we're in the month of May, which is my birthday month. I was born in May. I was born by the river. I was actually born in a hospital in a little tent. All right, so May 2nd, Thunderbolts came out. Marvel Thunderbolts. How many of you saw Thunderbolts? Let me see in the chat. Right? Like if Scientology could make you a Hollywood actor, maybe I think about it. if it wasn't like, like, hey, you got to be a Hollywood actor before you become a like, damn. But it's like you become a Scientologist and now you in movies with Halle Berry. Okay, I might be a Scientologist for a few months, few years. Man. Thunderbolts. It's another Marvel movie, another one that did not do very great. But it's another one I saw. I guess at this moment it's sunken cost fallacy. It's like you just after seeing Kane get his ass beat by ants, like that pissed me off. I already knew then, in spite of what people were saying about the Jonathan Majors case, I was like, no, they about to get rid of him. Did y'all just not see them let this man get his ass beat by ants? He is about to get written off. I've watched soap. I grew up with my granny. I've been watching soap operas my whole damn life. I know when a character is getting ready to take a trip down the elevator. No, I've seen this too many times before. He just got his ass kicked by ants. Kang the Conqueror got his ass kicked by Ant-Man and some ants. No, ain't no coming back from that. So no, I did go see Thunderbolts. Again, some very decent action scenes. It was more of a psychological movie, and it probably could have been a really good movie if it wasn't a Marvel movie. I see what they tried to do. You know what I'm saying? And I understand it and I respect it. Okay? I see what you tried to do and I understand it and I respect it. But asking Marvel to write a psychological, like mind-bending type of thriller that brings you in, it's like asking Nicki Minaj to speak for Black people. Did you see what I did there? Did you see? You don't go to unqualified motherfuckers to do that. That's not what you do. You don't go to McDonald's and ask for crab legs. So it was weird, okay? It was weird. It was weird sitting in McDonald's because let's be real, that's what Marvel is. Marvel is McDonald's. It's fast food. And you're sitting there and you're expecting your fast food. But it's like the height of fast food, right? It's like McDonald's that's close to a Disney World. They're doing a little extra stuff. But it's McDonald's for damn sure. And you're sitting there and you ready to enjoy your Big Mac, and then somebody has these dry ass crab legs that are dipped in extra juice to make them look like they juicier when they not. Why did you even try this, ma'am? Why did you even try to cook crab legs out of McDonald's? They don't even have the utensils. And that's how I felt about Thunderbolt. I felt like Thunderbolts was like them trying to sneak crab legs on a McDonald's menu. Ain't nobody gonna trust that. I see, like, I love crab legs. Like, I love them. I'm not gonna trust them from McDonald's. I'm not gonna do that. And in the same way, I love a psychological story. I don't want that from Marvel. Not yet. Y'all ain't there yet. Y'all ain't. Nope. Don't do it to me. don't do it to me. Like, that's just not. It's not what I want to do. All right, so we got May started. Let's see if we can get through the month of May. Yes. But it's ultimately forgettable. That's right. It's cinematic fast food, man. Like, give me the shiny stuff. Give me the like oohs and the ahs, and give me a Thanos to be scared of. Yes, give me stuff that's in your world, that's in your wheelhouse, and I'm gonna be happy. Don't overdo that shit. Nobody's gonna trust concierge at McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you walk in to McDonald's and someone says, "Madam, I'll take your purse," ain't nobody gonna trust that shit. And that's what Marvel tried. I see what you did there, but don't do that shit no more. Don't try that again. But I feel like they're about to try it again. Let's just be honest. They're about to try it again. Spoiler alert, I think the Dr. Doom movie is just gonna be about him stealing all the babies. which is basically like they're going to be like, oh, we tried this in Thor, Love and Thunder. People didn't catch it that time, so let's try it again. Because that's what Gore was doing. He was stealing all the babies. Now, it wasn't the superhero babies, but it was the babies from Asgard, so it's the same thing. But this time, Doom is going after the superest of the super babies. So it's going to be like Avengers Rugrats. Damn, that came too good. Doom, 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 doom. That's going to be the new Avengers score. Doom, 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 doom. And then Tommy and Chucky just going to come from out of nowhere. Damn, this is taking me back now. I love Tommy Pickles, man. I grew up on Tommy Pickles and Susie Carmichael. Bruh, what? Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. Movie at play in the fields of the Lord. I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm gonna have to look that one up. Primordial. I'm definitely gonna have to look it up. All right. So May 8th, Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost is elected Pope. Oh, and takes the name Leo. Leo the XIV. What's that? Which one is that? Is that the 14th? Is he Leo the I don't know Roman numerals. Man, I think this might be the reason I don't like football. I may not like football because they do the Super Bowls in Roman numerals. And I think I saw it as a kid and was just like, fuck that. I'm not keeping up with that. Nope. But he's Leo, the Roman numerals, and he's the first American Pope in the history of the Roman Catholic Church. And that's probably going to get rewritten one day. That's probably gonna get rewritten. I know how America does history. That's gonna get rewritten. He gonna be from New York by the time they finish with that boy. You know what I'm saying? When they finish with his story, he gonna be from New York City. He's gonna be the first New York president, Pope. But yeah, that again, a lot of people. I think I was a part of the Daily Atheist Morning Show when that happened, and I was overwhelmed about how many atheists were like really involved with this and we're like following this news and was like, oh, I hope he does better than the last one. And I'm like, you're not even fucking Christian, let alone Catholic. What the fuck? Like, that's odd to me. I'm sorry. You can call it a part of my neurospicy. I don't even think it's my neurospicy. It's just like my like, wait, what? You're doing shit for no damn reason? like you're doing stuff that doesn't even benefit your life. That is so weird to me. When like that's a form of obsession. Like, that's weird. Like, come on, be honest. That's weird. If you're not a Catholic and like you're not you're not a Catholic, you're not in politics, you're just somebody who like sits at your house all the fucking time, you're not religiously affiliated at all, and you're obsessed with who the Pope is, while me and my 2 decades in ministry and actually building churches, preaching to thousands, healing folk, delivering people, didn't give a damn as a Christian. And I'd be like, I'd be damned now if I didn't give a damn about the Pope as a Christian. If I'm about to start giving a damn about the Pope now that I don't believe in none of this shit, he's even less magical to me now than he was before. So no, like I didn't. As you can see, I don't keep up with their numerals, you know. I do believe Jonathan Majors should still be playing Kane. Like, oh his delivery was fucking awesome. The last 4 popes have all been non-Italian. That is interesting. And I think there's another reason why I get aggravated when people talk about the Pope. Okay. And again, when I say I get aggravated, please, I don't want any of y'all to feel any type of way. One thing I'm very clear about is that my pet peeves tell me something about me, not something about other people. Right. So I don't get mad when other people do it. I just get mad when other people do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, But it pisses me off when people talk about the Pope, because it's like, there's not just one Pope. There's never been just one Pope. And it's just like, This is the misnomer of Western history. You know, um, we approach everything as if it's linear. You know, and it's just not. It's not. And so there's literally like 4 popes right now. There's one in Alexandria. There's one in Ethiopia. You know, I don't know where the other one is. Syria, maybe. I don't know. But there's like 4 popes. And one of them is either the one in Alexandria or the one in Ethiopia as an older lineage than the Roman Catholic one. It's so amazing to me. You know, like the Coptic Orthodox Church has their own pope. The papayas. I'm sorry. West African. We have a god of papayas. In which pantheon is the god of papayas in? He got there late. That's why he became the god of papayas. And one of the West African origin stories about the gods and how they get their powers. The gods who show up early get the good powers, so like Shango and all of them. And then the gods who show up late, yeah, you be the god of papayas. You should have got here on time. Oh man. The Medici popes. Oh man. People do forget that the Eastern Orthodox Church exists. Like, it's like there's a whole history. Man, there's a whole history. Like, like I don't want to get on my Afrocentric bandwagon, but I can get there. If I need to put the wig back on, I'll do it. But you know, like even when Martin Luther was splitting, you know, from what he was doing, and he put the thesis on there, he was in communication with the church either in Ethiopia or Alexandria. And that was one of the, you know, that was part of what was kind of fueling some of his aggression. I'm like, there's just so much history. But you got to be honest about, like, did I look for it or did somebody just tell me some shit? You know? Because I mean, 9 times out of 10, if everything you know about history is literally just something you learned in school or just something you heard on television, then just go ahead and be honest and say, no, I didn't learn that. You know, I heard something. I haven't learned anything yet. Learning is not passive, it's active. It's what I was in pursuit of, you know. And so I think if people remember that, then, or if people start understanding that learning is what I'm actually in pursuit of, then you'll begin to understand how much you have not learned. And that's why everybody be like, oh no, people lied to me. No, lying is what happens when you are passive. And nobody lied to you. Learning is your responsibility. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I not supposed to go that deep? No, learn. That's like when I started deconstructing, that my mind didn't go, oh, they lied to me. They've been lying to me. Because immediately I'm like, oh, they dumbasses. They believe this shit. And I've been listening to dumbasses. So like once you realize other people dumbasses, you don't be like, oh, them dummies lying to me. Because that's not a flex. Being lied to by dummies and you believing it, that's not a flex. So I'm trying to help you feel better about yourself. Instead of saying they lied to me, say, no, I believe bullshit. I believe stuff that's not true. And I believe stuff that's not true because I approach learning passively instead of actively. And learning is not a passive practice. It is pursuit. It is active pursuit. What do I want to know? And what am I willing to do to find out? What rocks am I willing to uncover? Can't nobody else teach you your history. You gotta learn it for yourself. And be like, oh, these white schools didn't teach me, teach me my black history. Oh, you thought Sarah Plain and Tall was gonna teach you about the Igbo people of Nigeria? What the fuck? Why would you even want that to be filtered through Sarah Plain and Tall? How does that make any sense? No. Don't do that to yourself. Don't set yourself up for failure. Okay, I'm sorry. So we got all that from the popes. There's more than one pope, always has been. The Roman Catholic Church is not the oldest Christian institution on this planet. That is all propaganda. You know, I could say a lot more about that, but I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to leave it alone. All right, May 16th. All right, May 15th was my birthday. Hello. I became an age. I don't remember what it is. I'm not even being funny. I'm either 38 or 39. I'm pretty sure I'm not 37, but I'm 38 or I'm 39. May 16th, Final Destination Bloodlines came out. How many of you saw it? And I'm only putting the movies on here that I actually saw, right? None of these did I see on the day that they came out because I don't watch movies on the day that they come out. Believe it or not, I don't like movie theaters. I do. Oh my goodness, I don't like being in movie theaters. I don't like being in crowds with people I don't know. I'm a weird neuro spicy. Number one, my mind is going to stay on high alert the whole time I'm there, and that's just uncomfortable. It's exhausting, you know. But no, so did y'all see it? Final Destination Bloodlines, Final Destination with arsenic. Damn, that's one way to get roofied, you know. Well, I was kind of I don't know if I want to say I was a fan of Final Destination. I enjoyed the movies. I think I've watched all of them. I only remember what happened like in the first one. I think that was the only one I really paid attention to. And I think that's because the main character was played by the same actor who played Stan in the video by Eminem, Stan. And so the guy that played Stan was the Final Destination kid. And so I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I want to watch this movie. And then of course, was it Matthew Lillard that was in that one? It was one of the folks. Oh yeah, I did do a stream last year on my birthday. Y'all are awesome. Yeah. And so Final Destination Bloodline sucked. I did not enjoy it. Right? Yeah, it's just not. Mm-mm. All right, let's move on to May 19th. Another movie came out. Again, this was one I did not watch on the day it came out, but I did watch this movie. And boy, was it a disappointment. Someone mentioned earlier that they almost watched Captain America Brave New World just for Harrison Ford. I watched the movie Highest to Lowest just for Denzel Washington because I'm like, it's Denzel. He ain't swung and missed yet. But then I had forgotten that I watched Equalizer 3 and I was like, ooh. And then I watched Gladiator 2 and I was like, ah. But boy, when I watched Highest to Lowest, that was easily, I was about to say that was the worst movie I saw this year. But I have to say it's tied with Ice Cube's War of the Worlds. I watched both. I don't know which one is worse. They were both just horrible. Like, I spent my time laughing through both movies, and neither movies are comedies. And I mean, I laughed my ass off. You know what I'm saying? With my kids, we all laughed together. When I laugh, you laugh, we laugh together. Oh, no, it was bad. Highest to Lowest is bad. Y'all didn't give a lot of feedback in the chat, so I'm guessing y'all didn't see that one. Good for you. May 19th is also Malcolm X's birthday. So I have to mention that because like Malcolm was someone I've been studying him my whole life. And I love Malcolm X. Oh, El Haj Malik Shabazz. I hope I got it right. Malik El Shabazz, El Haj Malik Shabazz. Something like that. Nigerian name. Malcolm Little, great guy. I never met him, so I can't really say that. But based off of his work, man, just fascinating story. And then even his parents, like his parents worked, his mom and his dad worked for Marcus Garvey. Uh, they all come from Jamaica. Garvey was from Jamaica, and I believe Malcolm's mother was for sure from Jamaica. I can't remember where his dad was from, but I do know he was from the West Indies as well. Um, but yeah, you love theaters, man. Lucky you, lucky you. I like private home theaters. Those are nice. Those are nice. I went into a house with one of those one time, and I was like, "Oh, this would be really nice." Um, May 30th, Karate Kids Legends came out. Dang, it's a lot of movies. I'm not going to talk about Karate Kids Legends because I fell asleep on it. So I don't know how, I literally have no opinions. But now we're in the month of June. And June 6th, the movie Straw came out on Netflix. I did not watch it the day it came out, but I think I watched it the week it came out, only because, as with all Tyler Perry movies, his marketing engine is killing it, right? Everybody, oh, there's this new movie, and it represents what every black woman is going through. Baby, if every black woman is going through what this heifer was going through, bruh, y'all need more than a movie. No, that's not a flex. It, like, identifying with this as, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, that's not a flex. That's not a flex for the culture. I wish they'd stop attaching for the culture to bullshit. That is so weird to me, to be like, yes, this movie represents all black women. What? A woman who loses her child, has a mental breakdown, and tries to hold up a bank accidentally is every woman? What? That's sickening. That's like, oh my goodness. And we ain't even talked about how bad the acting was in the movie. It was horrible. It was a horrible movie. It was a horrible script. It was a horrible idea. It should have never made it out of the writing room. Like, oh my goodness. And the thing is, I bet you he had Taraji P. Henson's head hyped all the way up. He told that girl, this is the one that's going to get you there. He probably had her hyped up because she reached in her soul for the ugliest faces for that movie for no damn reason, because the movie sucked. It was like hands down one of Tyler Perry's worst creations ever. And honestly, and okay, so I'm talking about Tyler as an artist right now. Talking about Tyler as an artist. Tyler Perry as a human, I don't know, so I can't attach any opinions there. But I could talk about Tyler Perry economically and talk about some things there, and it would be a much more positive conversation. But right now, we're talking about his damn movie, and that shit sucks. And sir, if you're watching, I'm gonna need you to do better. Okay? Like, no, this is not. Nope. If I was an authoritarian type of person, I'd forbid like my daughters from ever watching anything made by Tyler Perry. I'd be like, please don't watch this shit because it's bad. It's bad. I don't think we'll have to worry about that with Gen Z and below though. I don't think they're gonna fall for that. Oh yeah, set up that theater room. Next move. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. If I haven't said it before. But I mean, I know I've said it, but I got to keep saying it. That's the whole point of this stream, is to review 2025 and to do other stuff. All right, so June 14th, we get back into something serious. June 14th, we had demonstrations against U.S. President, y'all's president, President Donald Trump, known as the No Kings protest. They're held across the United States and other countries, drawing more than 5 million participants. That's almost 10% of the global population. Almost 10% of the global population protested. Almost 10% of the global population protested the United States president in a No Kings protest. They did a second one in October where almost 7 million, again, close to 10%. No, that's still not close to 10%. I am stretching those numbers. Damn, nowhere near. But still a lot of people. Okay? A lot of people. 5 million and 7 million. Did any of you participate in any of the No Kings protests? I know I've gone to 2 so far, and I'm not a protester. Okay? I'm not anti-protesting in the sense of if you're going to a protest, to me, that's your right. It's an experience that I do think everybody should get, or should have, get it under your belt. But I, for one, I'm an extreme pragmatist. So, and I mentioned that. I don't like what protesting typically attracts, and I don't like the fact that that's as far as it goes. And so the protest becomes the point. And I'm like, no, the protest isn't the point. The protest is the doorway. The protest is the way to get people who were not active. The goal is not to get people to show up for a day. And so, like, a lot of times when I see some of this stuff, I'm just like, damn it, But no, I did participate in the No Kings protest. I don't know if I did the one on June 14th because they've done a few. Actually, I'm almost positive I didn't do the one on June 14th. Not in the summer. I'm not going to a protest in the summer. Not in Alabama. It's too hot and I'm too black. We're not doing that. The cops are already aggravated and I'm aggravated. That's just going to be a bad day for everybody. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like I wish Americans would just study history a little bit, I'm just surprised. Not surprised. I'm disappointed that we got a whole Congress that doesn't know how to deal with a president like this. And then we got a whole country pretending like it's just the president that's the problem. No, let me tell you something. If this is happening, the whole fucking system is rotten. That's the only way it can happen. So like I don't see how there are any heroes in Washington right now. As long as he's still there, there are no heroes in Washington. Everybody's culpable. Everybody's a part of it right now. How do they not know how to handle this? You know how to handle a black kid that steals some 99-cent cigars, but you don't know how to handle this. Get out of here. Nope. Yeah, so I'm not a protester. I'm an organizer. I prefer to organize around what we're actually going to do. You have to read. See, you need to read some of the people that actually did this stuff. Not while they were in the height of doing it, but after they had sobered from the excitement. Read Huey P. Newton's Revolutionary Suicide. Because then you begin to realize, like, a lot of stuff is just reactionaryism. And the really sad thing about reactionaryism is that it gets revolutionaries killed. Because then you have somebody who really thinks that these people are wanting positive change, and they'll allow themselves to become faces of movements that are not going to protect them because there's no organizational infrastructure. We're just here for the spectacle. We're just here for the propaganda. We're just here for what it's going to look like in the newspaper, because nobody's even asking anymore, how does this help? Okay, now after we do this, how does it help? Well, it just sends a message. Well, we could equally just send messages. I actually think at this moment, sending 5 million messages probably would have been more effective. How do you know? Because he's still there. He's still. Who was you sending the message to? And I'm not saying we shouldn't protest. I'm saying, what's the point? What's the expected outcomes? And most times you start doing, people's like, oh yeah, we're going to do stuff. We don't expect anything to change, but we're going to do it. Why are you doing shit that you don't think is going to change anything? Let's do something that we think is going to change something. Let's do the stuff that changes things. And if you're not the one who knows what to do to change things, then stop suggesting shit to do. It's really easy to me. I don't know. That's okay. Let me get off of this before I say something that gets me in trouble. And again, like y'all ain't gonna protect me, so I'm not gonna set myself up like that. Not gonna do that. I've done it. God damn it, I've done it. Not doing it again. Y'all hear me say all the time, I'm not your Negro. I will not be your sacrifice. I will not. I can't do that. If you want to, like, and that was like something, a personal decision I made too, because that's a part of my personality is like, damn, I will fight for anybody. And I made up in my mind, like after I kept getting my ass beat in other people's battles while they sat on the fucking sidelines, I said, you know what? I'm making a conscious decision. I will never fight for anybody again. Now I will fight with you all day long, but I'm not fighting for you. Now, if you want to fight, get in that ring and I'll get in that ring with you and we will take that motherfucker down together. But I'm not jumping in there for your ass just for you to sit on the sidelines and cheer up until the moment a bullet goes through my neck. And then everybody just go home like ain't nothing happened. Like, nah, fuck that. Shit. Man. Strikes are much more effective. Even boycotts can be effective only when they're permanent. You know what I'm saying? The most disappointing moment in any historical movement is the day that a boycott ends. That lets you know that the people didn't get the point. You know? I ought to get my wife on the channel one day to talk about the true Rosa Parks story. Blow your mind. Blow your mind. The version of the from Rosa's words. It's not what you think. The end of that boycott wasn't a good thing. The end of the boycott was a bad thing. The boycott was one of the best things that had happened. You know what they invented during the time of that boycott? Uber. Now, not really, but seriously. They invented their own type of Uber, their own type of ride sharing to cope with what they were boycotting. And that's the point of a boycott. Point of a boycott isn't to punish somebody until they change. Punishment is a horrible strategy. It's a fucking horrible strategy. The purpose of a boycott is to make them irrelevant. Period. No, don't even worry about it no more. You know what? We don't need your buses no more. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. We got it. We'll figure it out. And they did. They figured it out. And when they figured it out, other people started losing money. And so then other people said, well, we got to figure something else out. So now we got to find a way to get them to end that boycott. Hello. Like, the story is never as simple as it's told. Getting enough people to do it. That's right. That's it. This is why I tell anybody who's serious about any cause, you will never be effective in any cause that means something to you if you don't have a community. You have to start there. That's why I'm building Bridge City, and we're making Bridge City not about any causes. It's about community. So you build with people. So then when you have a cause that's important to you, you have a community of people to talk to about it, you know, and to help garner support for you. I think some people still have this superstitious idea that just because I have an idea that's righteous, moral, or ethical, that everybody's just going to rally behind it. And I'm like, shit don't work that way. Get your ass and your eyes out of Disney, bruh, and actually pay attention to how the world works. If you want your idea to work, you got to work your idea. And you have to start with where you are. You know, that's where we be at. That's where we be at. And, the thing is, like, there is no incentive for anybody to participate. Like, we don't understand how deep people are in the matrix. You know? Like, I sit down and listen to some of these fake ass revolutionaries, and that's what I call them. These people who are so passionate and have all of these plans, and like literally 90% of them, I can bring them right to their knees with one fucking question. And it's always the same question. Some of y'all have seen me ask it before. You got all of this passion, and you believe this thing right here is the solution, and that if everybody does this, everything would be okay. Okay, if you believe this so much, tell me where you're practicing this at. Huh? No. Where are you practicing this at? Well, what you mean? No. Where have you gotten a group of people together that instead of fucking yelling at strangers on the internet, where have you gotten people that together and said, hey, this is the best way forward, and where you laid out your roadmap to them, and where they were convinced that, man, that's a good enough idea for me to try with you. Where have you practiced it? And the answer is always, well, I haven't practiced it yet. Then how the fuck are you so sure that this is the solution that everybody needs? How are you so convinced? That's the difference between me and a lot of people, is that I am practicing what I preach. It's just you and me. So many things I can do to you. So many ways I can please. Y'all don't know nothing about that Barry White. Hey, babe, there's something wrong with me. I think I skipped the verse there. All right, so protest, do it, don't do it. I don't care. I think everybody should do it at least once, just so you know what. If you're going to have an opinion about protesting, at least go protest, right? That way you can have an opinion about, I did it. This is what I like. This is what I didn't like. Don't be having an opinion about protesting and you ain't never protested. Go protest, And if you're one of those people who you honestly believe, like, hey, communism is what we need to be doing, socialism is what we need to be doing, or whatever the fuck else, group cooperatives is what we need to be doing, then find you a group of people and start doing that with. If you're not willing to start small, you don't have what it takes to go big. Damn, those were bars. If you're not willing to start small, you don't have what it takes to go big. And I'm not just saying that to say that. The people who really believe in this shit, that's what they're doing. Have you heard about the Jacksonville Kush Initiative? That's what they're doing. The Jackson Cooperative, that's what they're doing. And they're not the only ones. It exists. If that's what you want to do, stop being a fucking consumer and go do it. But it's like, bro, like, it's so easy to pretend. It's so easy to pretend to be passionate about shit that you're really not passionate about in this country. And I watch people do it every day. Oh, I'm so passionate about the Epstein files. Are you? Are you really? How many victims in your own city do you care about? How many of their stories are you looking for? How many of them are you trying to get justice for? No, you just care about this because it's in the fucking news cycle. You're a news junkie. Whatever media tells you to want right now, your mouth starts salivating. You're like Pavlov's dog, caring about whatever is front and center on the media while not giving a damn about the people who lives in the house next door to you. And having the nerve to feel like you somebody's hero. The fuck? I'm sorry. You know? That's what I'll be looking for. I'm a pragmatist. What did I say? All right, June 14th. I'm done. So I told you something serious. Let's go. July the 4th. Damn. July the 4th through the 7th. We've made it halfway through the year. We've made it halfway through the year. Halfway through the year. I'm sorry, y'all. Like one thing, like I try not to get on to the political stuff because when I get there, like I'm gonna say some shit that's gonna piss people off. But you have to understand the heritage that I come from when it comes to speaking to this shit. And you know, it's a different heritage. But July 4th through the 7th, next on our time map. How long have I been doing this? I'm going on 3 hours. I'm gonna have to shut up in a few. Next on our time map is July 4th through the 7th. There was extreme rainfalls, brought deadly flash floods in central Texas, especially in the Guadalupe River and its surrounding tributaries, and at least 135 people are killed. Now that one was 27 campers and staff from Camp Mystic. Now, probably most of y'all didn't even remember nothing about this until I said Camp Mystic. It was a girls' summer camp, and estimates of the cost of the disaster range from 18 to 22 billion. So it was a horrific incident. And unfortunately, it's one of those incidents that I only know about because of how many people were picking at it. And that just amazes me. That stuff started like rubbing me the wrong way. I watched too much in the, I guess we'll call it the atheist YouTube community, that like, I was like, oh shit, are we not humans anymore? You know, like, oh, they couldn't have prayed. Motherfucker, children died. Can you not wait a few months? And I don't know, I'm a parent. You know, I have 4 children. So it's like, damn, what? Why the children got to pay for the sins of what label the camp had? Like, no. So, like, unfortunately, I only knew about that incident from my feed because I don't really watch a lot of news and stuff, and that's really for my mental health, right? That's for my peace of mind. I don't watch a lot of news because I'm an empathetic person, man. So, like, I attach to stuff really hard. And then one time, like, I realized, like, boy, you've gotten super attached to shit you can't do nothing about. And you ain't doing shit to put your life in a position to do anything about it. So it seems like you're just fucking up your life for no reason. You might want to change that strategy, bro. I'm just saying. Still care, but maybe do something that'll help you care. Okay? Because your care alone ain't gonna help them, nor is it gonna help you. So do some shit. So that was the only reason I knew about that one. It's very sad. I recognize that a lot of people like feel okay attaching their opinions and stuff like that. I don't. Like, the further removed I am from a situation, the less comfortable I am attaching my opinions. And so I know there are people out there who are like, well, if they just would have done this, and I'm like, oh, did you work for the camp? Well, no. Oh, did you work for the state of Texas? Well, no. Do you live anywhere near Texas? Well, no. Are you in environmental engineering? Well, no. Okay, well, what do you do? Well, I work at GameStop. Shut the fuck up then. You shouldn't have an opinion on this shit. Get the fuck up out of here. Stop that. I don't like that. That is so, like, that's ignorance gone deceived, man. That's a level of arrogance. And just because you wear the label of atheist when you do it doesn't make me feel any better about it. Like, you can't know shit that you don't know. Like, that's what intelligence is. Intelligence is knowing what you don't know. And so, like, when you're that far removed from a situation to have so many strong opinions about it, lets me know that you like to waste your fucking time. And that's not something I like to do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ooh. Yes, it becomes so abstract when witnessing on the screen. Yep. Yeah. Dane said he's 75% narcissistic. It's like the narcissist in me feels so bad for you, type of thing. But it's like, nah, man, like I don't want to hear that shit, that is something like I've watched with, like, all of a sudden everybody's experts in shit that they're not experts in. And I'm like, you don't care enough about this. So why all of a sudden do you care enough to know all of this shit that you've never cared enough to learn? No, you can't put that cart before the horse. You're not going to convince me that all of a sudden, because this matters to you in the past 15 minutes, that all of a sudden you know everything there is to know about environmental engineering or coding. Like, no, stop it. Admit that you're too far away from this shit to have an opinion and move the fuck on, and probably put your attention in somewhere in your life where it's actually needed. That's just me. Maybe that's the preacher in me. I don't know. All right, July 11th. Let's move on to something happier. Actually, I'm going to combine these two. July 11th and July 25th, two movies came out. July 11th and July 25th. July 11th, the Superman movie came out. How many of y'all saw that? July 25th, the Fantastic Four movie came out. How many of y'all saw that? Did y'all see those movies? Both of those are available on streaming right now. Again, I did see both of those, and I think out of all of the movies, those are the only two that me and my wife went and saw in the theater. We saw the Superman movie in the theater, and I think we saw Fantastic Four in the theater. And neither of them were horrible. But when I saw Man of Steel, like, I was like, oh shit, like, I'm finally interested in a Superman movie. Superman was always lame to me. Like, I get other people like Superman, but again, it's the Captain America bullshit to me. It's just, I get Superman's a good guy in the comics. I didn't read comics. Okay, didn't collect comics. Didn't do that. I collected debt. Damn it, man. Superhero movies, why bother, right? Like, I guess there's no real superheroes anymore. I won't spoil the movies for you, but I will say, like, there's a lot of cute parts in the Superman movie. I'm not gonna fuck up old dude's name right now, but the dude that played Mr. Fantastic did a phenomenal job. Unlike all the actors did good jobs. The storytelling, I don't know what's going on at DC, but they really need to get their shit together. You just can't keep reinventing a character every 5 years just because you want to. And so, like, I think they thought this Superman was gonna save everybody. And I knew this movie was in trouble when, like, one of the biggest talking points was, we finally put him back in the panties. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. In 2025, that's the conversation we having? This movie is going to be good. This movie is going to be the Superman that America wants because we finally got the draws back on his pants. As soon as I heard them talking like that about the movie, that's when you know the movie has nothing fucking to offer. If a movie has something to offer, nobody's talking about Superman's panties. Unless it's some type of pornographic situation. But, like, the directors and the producers, it was the talk of the town. Hey, did you hear he got his panties back on? We put the panties back on Superman. What the fuck? Nobody watching Superman for the panties? I didn't even realize the panties was gone on the last Superman's because I'm not watching his fucking pelvis. What the fuck is wrong with Hollywood? Like, oh my goodness. Which is never. Oh my goodness, yeah, just milking the fuck out of it, man. Oh, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Like Superman better have those pennies, and I mean they had the idea like we saving America, like that was the conversation. That was the real conversation. Superman is back. We're finally getting the real Superman, and he's going to rescue us from, Henry Cavill's Superman, because this Superman, he has on panties and he smiles. What the fuck is that? Who sells Superman that way? That was weird. That's when you knew, yep, they had a fight in the writer's room. There is no high hopes for this movie. So no, the storytelling was kind of bad. I don't want to spoil it, but there's this one scene where Superman, who can breathe out of space. I just had to throw that out. Superman can breathe out of space, which obviously means his lungs function very differently than ours, because motherfucker can breathe out of space. But there's this one scene in the movie where this lady throw her black nanite technology all over him, and it's getting over him, and it's going down his throat, right? And it's going down his throat. It's like, yeah, it's gonna kill him, because then it's gonna choke him. And I'm like, can Superman be choked? Like, I don't know. Like he's one of those people, like, if you're ever in bed with Superman, he's like, choke me, you're actually not afraid to do it, because you're thinking, yeah, Superman, he can't be choked. Like, if you choke Superman in a romantic situation and he died, you'd be honestly surprised, because you're like, I didn't think he could be choked. And so when I'm watching this scene in the movie and they got the black stuff going down his throat, and I'm like, how can he be choked? He's Superman. But like, that ain't even the bad part, right? He decides, like, he's trying to get the stuff off him, and he just flies straight up in the air. And then everybody is watching, like, oh, what is he about to do? Because obviously he's doing something, and he just flies all the way up in the air, and they make the scene really cinematic. The other two people are fighting him, and he's trying to kick him off while still trying to take the stuff off, because he can't breathe, even though he got super breath and shit like that. But for whatever reason, I'm supposed to forget that any of that exists right now, and just know that he's caught up in the struggle, the fight of his life, and he flies all the way up there, and we all watching, and we're like, what is he doing? And then he just dropped. He just flies all the way up there just to drop. And then he dropped all the way down, and then he crash landed in the earth, and then he come up, and then he's able to pull the stuff out. And I'm like, what? Are what you telling me is he needed to fall from a high building? It's like that's what this is. He just need to fall from a really high really high place, and that's gonna make the nanite stop working in his chest when he hit the ground. What the writing was bad. Fantastic Four. Whoa. Cinematic masterpiece. The writing? What? Like, I don't know what's going on at Marvel, but I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I think they should just fire everybody and start over. Actually, just fire everybody. There's no need to start over. What's been done has been done. The damage has been done. Fantastic Four was a horrible movie. And I was, like, it was unrealistic. It was unbelievable. And I mean, it's a comic movie, right? It's not necessarily supposed to be realistic. But I mean, like, Sue, I'm sorry, is mad at Richard for thinking shit through. And when you think shit, it hurts the rest of us. What the fuck? Y'all didn't just meet. Y'all didn't just start dating. This is, you know what? I don't want to go there. Okay. All right, I gotta. We in July. Dracula got saved at the end. See no, I told y'all. 2025 was a bad year for movies. Bad year for movies. July 25th, I went to NanoCon. I think I'll just leave that there. I went to NanoCon. No, like, I did have some really good moments at NanoCon. I did stand-up comedy for the first time. That was cool. You can find that on my channel. I might republish that one to let y'all see that one. Cronenberg made an excellent film in 2022. Oh, I got to go check that out. Yeah, went to NanoCon. Did first stand-up. Did a wonderful panel with Dr. Janine, who I brought on my channel on a Sunday session. Incredible conversation. And that panel conversation is on my my channel. Someone asked me, am I going back? And probably not. I enjoyed my time there, but I definitely realized it's not my space. Most of the conversations I was in, I was trying to get away from. Oh man. It is one of those things like, oh damn. This is what you thought I wanted to talk about? No. But no, it was actually a really, really cool experience. There were some things, and that's why I'm trying to move on from it, because I don't want to say those things prematurely. But there were definitely some things. All right, so we've gotten through July. Let's get to August. August, Naked Gun came out. And I'm not going to talk a lot about this one because I fell asleep on it. And when I say fell asleep, I mean within the first 15 minutes. I don't know. If one of you saw it and it ended up getting good, let me know. Because that moment didn't happen for me. Which, again, it was early. And I was tired. So I fell asleep on it. But Naked Gun franchise, like if you grew up in the 90s, then, you know, you've seen it. You know, you've seen it. August 11th. Ooh. Oh, August 1st is also my wife's birthday. So that sucky ass movie came out on her birthday. She'll have to live with that for the rest of her life. She'll have to live with that. Now let me stop. August 11th, y'all's president, Donald Trump, orders the deployment of the National Guard to Washington, D.C., claiming that the movie, I'm sorry, not the movie. You see what my mind is? That the move would rescue the nation's capital from crime. The move is controversial, and D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, who notes that crime is down compared to previous years, oppose the deployment. Y'all remember when that happened? Boy, as a former resident of the DMV, I was just like, wow, I can't believe that. But I don't know, it's like y'all, you're finding out who the United States is, you know. But if you sit down and have a few conversations with anybody who's ever been a part of a group that has been seriously targeted by this government, not just this administration, but if you ever talk to someone who's ever actively been a part of a group that's been seriously targeted by the American government, then none of this shit is surprising. You know, it's like I said, it's been happening to my people for a very, very long time. Oh, happy birthday for last August. Yay. Oh man, like damn, you know, the year just gets worse after here. So like I'm gonna try to speed track through some of this. Because okay, we're in September. Did we jump from August? That works. Okay. So we're in September. September 2nd, the US military carries out the first of a series of lethal strikes on small civilian boats operating in or near Venezuelan waters. The US government justifies the attacks by saying that the targeted vessels are being used for drug smuggling and terrorism. I grew up in Leo's. I grew up during the crack epidemic. And my mother was impacted by that epidemic. And so were many of her friends. And I watched the way that people treated someone who they heard or knew or suspected was on drugs, specifically crack. I went through the DARE program, as a matter of fact. One of my first talent shows, me and my group, we wore DARE shirts and Timberland boots. I don't know why, but that was like our little outfit for the talent show, our little group. So we sang Boys to Men Mama. There's probably some scars there. But so I went through DARE, heard all of their propaganda and stuff, and believed much of it for much of my own life. But one thing, and I mentioned that in conjunction with this, and I'm gonna move on because like it's so depressing. But I mentioned that in regards to this because what I found out as I started going through sociology is that it's really easy to dehumanize people. And when you do it, especially when you do it the right way, when you do it, you can take everything about a person and make their whole lives null and void, where anything can be done to them and excused because it's like, well, they're this label. And that's what I saw with the drug wars, with the war on drugs, that I had to kind of reckon with. Because then when you look at stuff like that, you look at criminology and pathology very differently. Because then you begin to wonder, are people becoming more criminal, or are we creating more criminals? Because, you know, and again, I'm only speaking right now from a context. All it took was criminalizing something and then painting a picture of everybody who you're now going to use that label with. And all of a sudden, those people can be treated any type of way. You know? And so, and I say that because I've definitely seen that with this presidency. And it's not new to this presidency, but it's just like the idea, I don't have to give you a reason. All I got to do is give you a label. So if I say, hey, they're narco terrorists, I don't have to answer how I know, what evidence I have, how am I sure that I don't got to answer any of those. All I got to say now is like, no, they're narco terrorists. Like this is like, for people who are not used to this, like it's the same shit that's been pulled in Congress over and over again towards black and brown bodies. They're thugs. They're criminals. Okay. One of y'all favorite presidents, they're killers. I mean, y'all favorite president. He said it. Not the one in office now. No, they're killers. This is one of America's favorite games to play. Create a label and let the chips fall where they may. You know? When I recognized that the atheist YouTube community was playing the same damn game, I excused myself from the table. I don't play with shit like that. You know? At that moment, you're literally catering. Remember earlier I said, you want to solve the problem, you're going to have to start dealing with the things that contribute to herd mentality and mob mentality. Okay? When I saw the secular community using mob mentality against other people in the secular community over differences that had nothing to do with anything, I was like, I want no seat at this table. I don't sit at the kids' table. I want to sit with the grown folks, because when they play spades, I want to play spades. When they play dominoes, I want to play dominoes. I don't want to be stuck at the fucking table playing goldfish with y'all childish ass motherfuckers. You know, I've had the atheist mob atheist mafia after me ever since. It's all white folks, right? I don't understand if they don't realize how racist that is. To send a whole bunch of white folk after a black dude that ain't did nothing to you just because he got the audacity to exist. And I mean, I get literal hate mail from white atheists. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay, so that was September the 2nd. September 10th. That's my mother's birthday. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk is fatally shot while speaking at an outdoor. I think the word activist gets used way too much in this society. Charlie Kirk was not a fucking activist. Like, I wish we could stop doing that. Like, stop it. Charlie Kirk was not an activist. Okay? He's a podcaster, content creator, an agitator for sure. But he's not an activist. I don't know why people do shit like this. Like, what? Activist? That's what you are? Hey. But he got shot at Utah Valley. This was a month before I had to speak at Mississippi State. That struck me. That literally struck me. I didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. These people don't exist in my world, you know. I learned. It's like every week the secular community has a new big bad to give me. Hey, did you know about this evil person? I'd prefer if y'all would stop delivering big bads to my door. I already know there are racist white folks out here. That's not a mystery for me. I'm from Alabama, okay? I'm from Alabama, so but no. So Charlie Kirk being a racist white man who was loud about it. And honestly, I don't know if he's racist. He was not a great person. Like, he was horrible. I just typically don't jump the gun on terms like that. Only because I don't know people. People have prejudices for all fucking types of reasons. And I don't spend my time, because the people who I looked up to, who actually did the work, that's not what they spent their time doing. I don't spend my time looking for every racist in America. If I did, I wouldn't have no fucking time, because there's a lot more racists in America than Americans are willing to admit. But Charlie Kirk was shot, and I already kind of knew what the response was going to be ever since I saw, what the response was after, what was the name? Luigi shot the other guy. But things got ugly, man. And which I didn't expect things not to, but things got ugly in really weird ways. I've watched people become really attached to Erica Kirk. And to see the secular community like trying to slut shame is very weird. Like, oh, look at her moving on fast after her husband is dead. Is that really the thread you want to pull at? Because at that moment, you're being disingenuous and you're being a hypocrite. There's a lot of things to attack, but you're now revealing that the things you say you stand for, you don't really stand for. So, yeah. I wasn't a follower of Charlie Kirk. Apparently, a bunch of people in this community are. I don't follow people that I vehemently disagree with. Again, that's for my peace of mind. Yeah. Yeah, I don't didn't follow him. Didn't know much about him. Hated that I had to hear so much about him. But I was definitely not happy to hear that, damn, he just got shot in the face. I don't know if it was the face. That's just me being tongue in cheek. But like, I was like, shit, I got to speak at MSU next week. And obviously I'm not saying the shit that he's saying. But to somebody else, I am, somebody else sees me as the Antichrist. So that was a little uncomfortable. It's like, damn, we're shit, but other than that, I didn't really have too many thoughts. I don't like death. I'm not a pacifist, but I don't like death. I'm not a pacifist, but I don't like violence. I'm not a pacifist, but I don't number one, I don't have any enemies. So they're just because they're weird and hateful people out in the world don't mean they have to be my enemies. They can be somebody's enemies. They're not going to be mine. I don't have enemies. I just have relevant folk and irrelevant folk. You choose which one you want to be. You know what I'm saying? I don't. Other than that, I'm just like, I don't know. So it was. I didn't consider his death like a victory or anything like that. I didn't consider his death to be, oh, he got what he deserves. Ooh, that's wild work, man. That's wild work in a world where you know that many of you used to believe some crazy stuff. Like, damn, should somebody have killed you when you believed your crazy stuff? So it's like I'm not a fan of that. I can be a fan. I can be not a fan of somebody and not need them to die. So I need us to do better. That's a me thing. That's a me thing. Thank you. That's a me thing. Oh, dang it. That's probably not going to be a good place. Let's see. So, yeah, he's dead. He said a bunch of unfortunate stuff. And now that unfortunate stuff is pretty much, it makes it hard for people to grieve. And I don't think anybody should have to grieve. Just people who annoy you. I know, right? Yeah. Man, I just keep, once I realize people are not going to be very conducive to be around, I'm not around them. Everybody else, an enemy that's far away from me, like right now, that's just a distraction. So I don't need that. And so I kind of, and this is from my background in organizing. This is from my background as a Black nationalist. I tell you, anybody that's trying to give you a faraway enemy is keeping you from dealing with what you need to be dealing with right now. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't have them. I don't have them. They don't help. Everybody I know who has an enemy, like their life is horrible. And so I just decided, I don't want to be one of you. Because what happens is those people get so caught up in their enemies that everything that's wrong with their life becomes their enemy's fault and never their responsibility. Ooh, I hope that helps. I hope it helps. I hope it helps. All right, y'all. September 23rd, we're in September. We're almost through with the year. After a brief suspension, the late night type talk show Jimmy Kimmel Live returns to the air. 6 days earlier, ABC had announced that it was indefinitely taking the show off the airwaves following comments that host Jimmy Kimmel made regarding the suspect in the assassination of conservative activists. I'm gonna stop saying activists in the assassination of conservatist Charlie Kirk. Okay, I have only watched one episode of Jimmy Kimmel in my entire life, and it wasn't even a whole episode. Can you guess which one it was? The one when he came back, of course. And I didn't watch the episode. I just watched the speech on YouTube. So maybe that doesn't even count. But no, I did watch his speech when he came back. And I was like, dang, bruh, he got his show canceled. And people were like, oh man, nothing like this has ever happened before. Really? Y'all don't remember when Nick Cannon said some things about the Jews that people didn't like? And that wasn't even on his show. He said it on somebody else's show. Like he was on like a bootleg ass podcast. Let me not say that. I don't even know if it was a bootleg podcast. But he was on somebody's podcast just having a conversation. And he said some stuff that was deemed unfortunate. And, damn near about lost everything until he had to do the riot act. They had to go around and, apologize to all the people he got to apologize to. And then he got to go to the museum and watch everything in the museum and sit down. Like, this was real stuff that had to happen. That Nick Cannon had to do to get his career back on the track. So when it happened to Jimmy, and like it happened to another guy right before him. Now, and I say it happened, like I still don't know the details of what happened. I don't know the nuance of what happened. I don't know the variables of what happened. And I'm so far removed from the situation that can't nobody convince me that I have a good enough view of the situation to actually know. But what I do know is that no, this has been happening to black folk. Yeah. We say something America doesn't like, we either lose our life or our livelihood. That's how that shit works. You know? Yep. You know what I'm saying? And it's just odd. It's odd. But, you know, Kimmel came back. He gave his speech. It was a good one. He cried a little bit. And it was like, I get it. I get it. It's emotional. It's emotional time. All right, let's get to October. October 3rd. In lighter news. October 3rd, musician and entrepreneur Sean Combs is sentenced to 50 months in prison. Earlier in the year, he had been convicted on 2 charges of transportation to engage in prostitution for drug-fueled sex parties known as freak-offs. That whole case was a fiasco, man. Obviously, I did not watch the case. But as usual, I watched the world get really passionate about it. And honestly, I even made a few jokes at Diddy's expense. And I wasn't trying to joke on Diddy, and I'm not trying to protect Diddy. I don't know Diddy to protect Diddy. The one thing that I did see, I saw him beat the hell out of that young lady. That was not cool. However, that is not what he was sentenced to 50 years in prison for. And so it's just like, oh. And then when you see what he was sentenced to 50 months, y'all, 50 months in prison for, it was like, oh. and then you see what the conversation was around. And I mean, it was funny. It's funny to make jokes about Diddy and baby oil. And then for me, in the line of work that I do, there's a God. This God likes oil. This God throws a lot of naked garden parties. The Diddy jokes just kind of write themselves at that moment, you know. But yeah, so that happened. I was away to start off October. I should have put the Netflix documentary in here because, which maybe I did. Did I put the Netflix documentary in here? No, I don't think so. But yeah, you know, 50 Cent did a documentary on it. A lot of people have had opinions about whether he shouldn't have done it or not. And I'll say this, like, my opinions when it comes to stuff like this are weird, as y'all see. For me, it's like, if you gonna have an opinion about something 50 Cent should not have done, those opinions probably should have started a long time ago. Those opinions probably could have helped before he got shot up all them damn times, you know, choosing something for him not to do. But like, I typically do advise people to stop trying to police other folk. 50 Cent is 50 Cent. He want to make the documentary, he gonna make the documentary, he gonna deal with whatever consequences. Now, I got that way because, like, I remember one time me and my wife loves reality television. So we were watching, and I like it a little bit too. We were watching something, I think it was T.I. and Tiny's Family Hustle. And I'm not really a big fan of Tiny. I don't like her personality as it comes off on screen. You know, that's a better way of saying that. And so, like, I used to get really agitated watching Tiny. Tiny is T.I.'s husband. I mean, wife. And I used to like be literally mad. I don't know why he with her. He need to not be with her. She pulling him down. She's not a good representative to his children and stuff. And then one day it's like, bro, would you get the fuck out of these people's marriage? Like, you don't know them. You don't know what she does for him. Let's take it a step further. You don't give a damn. And you're allowing yourself to get emotionally attached just because you can see it. But just because you can see their lives, just because you can see a portion of their relationship doesn't give you a right to have an informed opinion about them, man. And that was a real conversation I had with myself. And that's why it's hard, or it's going to be harder for people to pull me into those conversations. I'm not interested in having opinions about people I don't know. Like, how do those opinions serve me? I get it. You have a list of people who you think are vile, disgusting, or are the worst things in the world. Great. Good for you. You want a cookie? How does that shit help you? Like, if you had to teach a master class on here's how to hate people you don't know in 10 ways that it can help your life, please count the ways for me. It's a fucking waste of time, you know? And so that's what I realized. Like, nope, it's a waste of time. I don't have to have an opinion about that, period. And so I won't, because then it creates all type of toxicity in me. You know, it ain't doing nothing to them. You know, they still fucking and ducking. You know what I'm saying? I ain't stopped nothing over there. No, I'm just making myself miserable over people who don't even know me. That's weird. It's a little childish, you know? And this ain't Never Land. You got to grow the fuck up around here. Oh, that feel like bars. All right, let's roll. We done got through September. We did October 3rd, October 16th. I spoke at Mississippi State University. That was awesome. I had a great time there. And that actually goes back to NanoCon, because I met Bob at NanoCon. So there's another really good thing that came out of NanoCon. That is awesome. Met Bob at NanoCon. He's the one that extended the invitation for me to come to Mississippi State University and speak for his group there. It was really cool. Love to meet them. I think we got there a little late, so I didn't get to hang out with his family the way that I wanted to. Yeah. So I didn't get to hang out with his family the way that I wanted to. And so then but he did become a part of our community. So he's helping out that way. So that was awesome. And then October 24th through the 27th, we did Liftoff Weekend. Holy shit. And that was, y'all, for an Alabama boy, California is calling my name. I spent almost a whole week in California, in Los Angeles and San Diego. And our group there was amazing, man. I mean, I had one of the most amazing times. Number one, I drunk a lot. Oh my goodness, I drunk a lot. I was lifted the entire time. Drunk a lot, smoke a lot. I had really good times. I actually went to, what is his name? There's a guy, he has a dispensary in California. I went to his dispensary. It was dope. There were like parrots and stuff. It was nice. So I did enjoy that. But no, I got to spend time with our community there, and that was incredible. Like, actually meeting people who had, who just connected online, who had been connecting with each other through the WhatsApp. We all got to come together, hang out, and have an incredible time together. Again, did I mention that there was drinking? Oh, we had a good time. All right. So October was a lot going on. And then what do we have? October the 30th, I actually made the decision to remove myself from the line. You make those things. You do those things sometimes. You take one for the team. But no, I'm October 30th, which I think I'd already not been on for a month and a half at that time. And I know they were messaging me and I was like, hey, the schedule is out again. And I had already messaged them and said, you can just take me off for the month because I'm going to be busy that month. And so they messaged me. I was like, hey, are you doing this month or not? And I'm like, well, I've already messaged that I wasn't. And so then I let them know because I'd already asked to be taken off for 2 months. So then I just went ahead and let them know on October the 30th, just go ahead and remove me indefinitely. And because that's what I do. I was trying to take a slow break from them, but that definitely just kind of pushed it. I'll just go ahead and there were quite a few reasons. Number one, I just didn't enjoy it. There have been people at my house sometimes have seen me, and I'm just like, I don't really want to do this, because it's like there's so many reasons, right? The first one is like debate is just not my thing, and I've been very honest and upfront about that. So it's just not my thing. I gave a caveat for shows like The Line and ACA because it's like, oh yeah, it's not really debate. Because my issue with debate is that then we're treating Christianity like it deserves a seat at the table, and it doesn't. Like in a real academic debate, both sides have to earn their seat at the table. And so giving Christianity a seat at the table that it has not earned, that's just horrible to me. So like that's why I don't like do debates. I've turned down Kent Hovind and stuff like that. But I thought I was pretty good at drawing that line and letting people know, well, the line I don't consider debates because it's not a table of equals. It's a call-in show. But then there were quite a few people who were like, oh, but I thought you didn't do debates. Why are you on the line? So there was a little bit of brand confusion there, which was easy to navigate. But the other part was just like I didn't enjoy it. It wasn't something that I really enjoyed doing. It was extra time. And there were a few moments that were uncomfortable for me, right? And like I said, like if y'all caught the beginning of this, I'm the type of person like if you're gonna be in a relationship with me, you got to treat me like you know me. One thing that aggravated the hell out of me is that anytime there was someone who called about slavery, without fail, it's gonna be, Darante's gonna get him now. What the fuck? At what point did I ever say that I signed up to be the expert on slavery? Huh? Who thought that was a fucking good idea? And that happened with a few hosts, and I was like, "What? No." Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that. And I think the last time I was on, I'm not gonna lie, something happened that really pissed me off. And I was just like, "Oh, I'm not doing this shit anymore." Yeah, it's always assumed. Oh, here's the black guy. He's gonna want to talk about slavery. What the fuck? Like, no, go through my videos. How many videos on my channel are about slavery? So the only way you can pull that is to completely look over my personality, completely look over my academic background, completely look over my body of work, and judge my participation at the table by the color of my fucking skin. No, I'm not here to talk about the token black issues. Mm. But now, like, I won't say who the host was, but the last one I was on, the other host just kept interrupting me. And there was one thing that I was getting ready to do, and I was like, oh man, it was so smooth. But the guy just interrupted me. And so I said, you know what? The reality is they don't respect me here. They don't know who I am. They don't know what I bring. They see that I'm black and I'm popular, and this can help what we're doing. But there was no real camaraderie, no real connection. As a matter of fact, the whole time I was on the show, I didn't even have access to any of the things I was supposed to have access to. And so I was like, and instead of me forcing, and actually I just kind of preached about this Sunday, instead of me trying to force other people to do what they need to do, no, I just recognize, okay, this is how you operate. I don't operate that way. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't have to create a fuss or anything like that. But I just, take me off the schedule. It's cool. It's cool. I'm gonna, like, if I was alive in the 60s, I wouldn't have been one of the people that you would have been throwing bricks at to eat in your restaurant. I wouldn't have been trying to eat in your restaurant. I'm one of those people, like, I feel like I can cook as good as anybody else can. That's a word. All right, so that was October 30th. We're November 12th. The longest government shutdown in U.S. history ends after 43 days. 43 days. The deal to reopen and fund the government includes several provisions, including a Senate vote on health care tax credits in the Affordable Care Act, full back pay for furloughed workers, and the funding of some government entities, such as the Department of Veteran Affairs, through September 2026. That was fun times. Y'all remember the government shutdown? I wasn't as impacted by that this time. My wife and I, we work from home. Obviously, I work for myself, but my wife and I, we work from home for years. We don't work with a lot of companies with government contracts, so we did not feel the burn of that this time. I have before, and have felt the brunt of that. We don't have any type of government assistance, so we didn't feel it there. I have before, so I felt the brunt of that before. And so it's, politically, it's embarrassing to be going through a shutdown, but it's always hard when you start realizing how it impacts people. My father, which he and I are not close, like, at all, but my father works at the Capitol. So he was definitely one of those people who were having to work without a paycheck. I think I remember there were teachers having to work without paychecks around that time as well. And that's just like, damn. But of course, that wasn't the first government shutdown we've had. I've lived through a few of them. I remember that was a record-breaking one, because the last one that was the longest was also under his presidency. Which, of course, the one that was the longest before that was under Barack's presidency. I could be wrong. All right. And then November, 2 good movies came out, Now You See Me and The Running Man. I did watch both of those. I did enjoy both of those. Not enough to talk about. Like, I don't really remember what happened. Oh man, we got more gifted memberships. That is so awesome. Y'all rock. Like, and I mean, I'm winding down now, but y'all are amazing. Wicked for Good. I did tell y'all we saw, me, my wife, and my daughters saw that one. And we liked it. We liked it. We didn't like the end. Which my youngest daughter had already saw the end somehow. I'm like, where's she bootlegging movies from? Where is she figuring this out? But to wrap up December, because that's all in November, to wrap up December, we had a lot happen in December, and it's so much that it's almost hard to talk about. Like, oh my goodness. On one day, we had 2 things we were doing. That's December 14th. December 14th, you had a father and son open fire on a Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia, killing 15 people and injuring more than 40. Wow. And then you had Rob Reiner, who was killed on him and his wife, if my memory serves me correctly. They were killed by their son. And I wonder if that's going to be considered murder or manslaughter, which that'll tell you a lot about the case there. But so December 14th was a rough day from one side of the planet to the other. Rob Reiner, America, we're obsessed with our entertainment. What can I say? And Rob Reiner has been a very big part of American entertainment. And even if you didn't know who Rob Reiner was, the current president made sure that you knew he was somebody to know, you know. But I've seen Rob in stuff ever since I was a kid. I've seen so many of the movies that he's had a role in. And so that, that was like, oh dang, somebody's gone. Well, dang it, and again, like my feelings for it are somewhat unattached, because I don't know these people like that. But it's just sad that a family ended that way, that, the turmoil for a son to take the life of his parents, like, wow, for what the parents must be feeling when you're going through that happening, when you're going through that happening, I just couldn't imagine it, and so that's truly sad. And then I know for me, Australia was like a shocker. Like the first time I saw the news, it was just like shooting at Bundy, and I was like, oh, I was about to make a joke. But I thought it was about Pam Bundy. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, I was like, all right, there might be a silver lining. Now let me stop. But no. And so I really was confused about what was going on there, because I don't live in Australia, so I know nothing about Australia. I don't say nothing. I do know a little bit about the Aboriginal culture there, part of being a Pan-African. But as far as the Eurocentric side of Australia, I know very little about other than the way that they got started. You know what I'm saying? But from what I've heard about Australia, like their gun stuff was supposed to be in check. Now, as a sociologist, I will say now, like one incident like this doesn't really put that in a, it doesn't put that at risk. But it was something that me, as a person on this side of the world, that once I realized that this was an event that took place in Australia, it did kind of hit with another level of depth. Because I was like, whoa, and I mean, like, that's 15, that's the Children's League compared to the US. But it was still just like, oh man. And for me, it goes that way because I already know how it's going to be used. Especially for those of you who are on the side of gun control, people who are not for gun control. Like one of the biggest arguments for gun control, or not one of the biggest arguments, but one of the biggest like proof points for gun control that people who lobby for it point to is Australia. So what do you think is going to happen? What do you think the people who are against gun control are going to do? How do you think they're going to propagandize that moment? And so semi-automatics. Thank you. And so this again, like I have nothing over there. So they banned all semi-automatics. And I'm guessing this killing, was this one done with semi-automatics, regular weapons, or which it wouldn't make that much difference for me, again, but I am, that's just the curiosity aspect. But it's sad. 15 people lost their lives unnecessarily. Okay. 15 people lost their lives unnecessarily. The motivations are said to be Islamic State ideology. I don't ever go by any of that stuff. Those motivations, like, could be, maybe. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I don't know what the motivations are. Oh man. And so, it's that's unfortunate. I don't like to see lives lost. Y'all know, I think I say it all the time. There are no extra people, man. We really can't afford to lose anybody. I'm somewhat of a dreamer, but it is what it is. But like, I get it. There's 8 billion people on the planet, and we often think that, like, well, we're overpopulated or this or that. And I think my thoughts, and I don't even know if I'm qualified to have these thoughts, like I'm not an astrophysicist or an astronomer, but it was a profound realization for me to realize after deconverting and after deconstructing that we're losing our access to the universe that we live in. And that was like, that hits differently for me. It's like, well, like, yeah, as of now, like, we probably only have about access to 5% of it at best. It's like, what? And we're losing more and more by the millennia. I don't know. It's like, now we some people think of humanity as, our limitation, being Earth. I do hope to see that we're a multi-planetary species one day. I do hope that we travel and traverse the cosmos. Because if there is any other life that we're sharing this vast space with, that will not only increase the likelihoods of finding them, but it'll increase the likelihoods of finding them on friendly terms. Well, not us showing up to their spot, but us all meeting up in the cosmos somewhere. Hey, I saw you traveling. Was you going left? I was going left, like that. Not like us landing on their shit, which is what we do. That's what humans do. It's who we are. Muslims stop the gunman. Wow. Couple of active shooters. Wow, that's rough. That's rough. All right. In lighter news, 2 funny things happened, and these will be the last things we'll hit, and then we'll close out. There were 2 boxing matches, apparently. And actually, I don't even know if they were boxing or not. But I will say, and I will probably take a lot of heat for this, but I loathe boxing. I loathe it. I absolutely despise it. As much as I admire Muhammad Ali, and I do, it was not for his boxing. As a matter of fact, like, and I've said it in my house, people gonna get mad, but I feel like the fact that he kept boxing, like, that's a mark against him right there. Like, stop it. Stop that shit. But again, those are my pet peeves, nobody else's. Oh, I love this. First of all, thank you so much for the super chat. Yes. What did you think about the Marvel God Killer movie? I think it was 2024. My mom is Jehovah's Witness, so she didn't watch it. Christians were feeling away about the movie. Christians are always finding a way to feel away. You know what I'm saying? I watched that movie. That was Thor: Love and Thunder. It was Gore the God Butcher, who was played by Christian Bale, which it sucked. We only got to see him like kill one god. They showed the other dead bodies of gods, but we only got to see him kill one god. You would think that Christians would love that, because all of the gods that he would be killing would be the false gods anyway. So he's kind of like Yahweh's right hand henchman in that sense. But no, that's funny. So I'm guessing, and you tell me if I'm wrong. If your mom a Jehovah's Witness, does she has a thing against Smurfs too? Because I had, when I was a pastor, I had a family of former J-Dubs that went to my church, and they would tell me like Smurfs were a big no-no, like deadly terrifying. I know it. I am wrapping up now, but like, you still get to catch on some of the goodness. This was just something I wanted to do for the community to wrap up 2025, man. And yeah, that's where I was. I hate boxing. I loathe boxing. People getting paid to hit each other is like super duper primal to me. I cannot fathom why we as a mature society would still be doing this, but we do. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind, but this is one of the reasons why I don't buy into the idea that certain laws are for people's protections. I just like, like like seatbelt laws, sure, but when we say we're outlawing prostitution to protect people, or we're outlawing these drugs to protect people, I don't buy that when it's legal to put yourself in a career where someone can bash your brains in. I don't buy that. I don't buy that drugs are illegal to protect people in a country where it is absolutely legal to jump out of a plane without a parachute. I do not buy that these laws are about protecting people. If they were about protecting people, at least 30% of our sports wouldn't exist. Football and soccer, nope, they wouldn't exist if it was about protecting people. America is not about protecting people. America is about protecting markets. Okay? Okay. Yeah, it's gladiator sports. It's gladiator. So now I do realize a lot of people love their barbaric entertainment. And so like it's my thing. So I don't watch it. I don't support it. Not a fan of it. But on December 19th and December 20th, apparently there were 2 boxing matches that took place that will live in infamy. One was December 19th, Jason Paul versus Anthony Joshua. How many people know who these people are? Because I don't know I didn't know any of these people, but like the Jason Paul versus Anthony Joshua fight or whatnot apparently ends up being a white versus black thing. I mean, like that, it really seems like Jason apparently is representing, white folk and MAGA white at that. And Anthony Joshua is like the great black hope type of situation. And I'm understanding that Jason got his jaw fucked the fuck up on that night. So people were very, very happy about that. And then apparently the very next night, Jake Paul. See, I done gave a name. I done gave a man another name. Jake Paul. That's his name. I told you I don't know these people. Oh, Magneto is the dude. I love Magneto, man. I love Magneto. I understand Magneto. As a child, when I heard Magneto talk, I said, that's Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? I didn't like Charles Xavier. I'm like, hey, you setting these folk up to lose, bruh. I'm not here to lose. I'm a little Magneto with this shit. Okay. So on December 20th, after Jake Paul's fight, where he suffered a loss, and since I'm mentioning that, Anthony Joshua, who did win that fight, and again, I don't know about this stuff. I don't know how much of this is true, but just for conversation's sake, apparently that fight was supposed to be scripted. And Anthony Joshua was like, nah. so I don't know what happened after that, Charles is self-righteous as hell for no damn reason. Like, bruh, you can't have this many losses under your belt and still be this arrogant. Like, that's what pissed me the fuck off about Charles. This motherfucker act like he ain't never lost a fight when he's lost every damn fight. Like, how the fuck is you still giving advice? How do you still have a school? This shit ain't funded. No, Charles Xavier School cannot be accredited after all the fucking battles he's lost. He's had the X-Men killed in every fucking timeline that exists. He's not a great leader is what I'm trying to say. Man. Oh, man. Oh. Got his jaw broke in 2 places. That was Jake Paul. Yikes. Yeah. I want to make so many jokes here. Like I could make a "don't trust black people" joke because apparently it was supposed to be scripted. I'm like, hey, don't trust us. Hey, bro, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't you put your jaw out there for us. That turn the other cheek thing. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah. Um, I heard it's pretty bad. I heard Jake is that there's some litigation going on. But in the very next night, and I got to get out of here. Very next night, there was another fight between Andrew Tate and Chase Demore. Now, Andrew Tate is a name that I only know because back in February, I think the Loki series was dope. It was so dope. Back in February, maybe February, March or something, I was doing a live and somebody asked me, hey, what do you think about Andrew Tate? And I was like, who is Andrew Tate? And then I got aggravated. And I'm going to tell you, like, oh man, y'all don't ask me my opinion about people. You know what I'm saying? Ask me my opinion about ideas. Ask me my opinion about institutions. Ask me my opinions about fiction all day long. But please don't ask me my idea about people, especially if I don't actually know those people and have no way of knowing people, because it unlocks an aggravation within me that's like, oh, it's bad. You know what I'm saying? And I got like resistant high blood pressure too. So don't do that to me. But I remember getting aggravated, like getting mad. Like, cause I was like, who is Andrew Tate? And they were like, oh, he's some guy in the manosphere, and he says a bunch of shit. Like, why would you be asking me about him? I don't know him. But like, and that's when I realized it was like at that moment when I realized, whoa, there's an expectation, or there's growing to be an expectation for me to be somebody that people come to about their opinions on other people, because so many people in the community revolve their conversation around other people. I don't do that. I don't care how important the other people you think are to talk to. Small minds discuss people. Don't offend me that way. Don't try to drag me down there with you. I get it. You may like doing that. Some people like small mind shit. I don't. I've wasted too much of my life. So I don't want to waste my life doing small mind shit. Okay? That's small minded behavior, and I want no part of it. So when they asked me, like, Andrew Tate, like, who is that? And when they started telling me who it was, I'm like, why the fuck would this be somebody I would even want to know? Why did you even give me this name? Why did you introduce this person to my circle? You just wanted me to have somebody else to be mad at? No, I am overflowing with people to be mad at. I don't need any more of those. So Andrew Tate is somebody I didn't know, and that's like, a lot of times these people would stay fucking irrelevant if we'd stop making them relevant, small minds, It is annoying. It is so annoying. Like, y'all, I got kids. I'm a grown ass man. I don't want to do that shit. I don't want to gossip with nobody. Talk to me about making some money or something. Come on now. Jalapeno. Help me pay for these kids' college, bruh. Or at least, like abolish the government so we can just have free education. I mean, that's not how that works, but you know what I'm saying. All right, so we've done this. I cannot believe I went this long. I hope y'all are having a wonderful, happy New Year's. I'm so glad that many of you decided to spend this day with me. Sunday is movie night. So for all of our Brit City members, we will be watching Dogma and hanging out a little bit that night. So bring you some popcorn, bring you something to drink, bring you something to do, and we're going to have a good time. If you enjoyed this stream, make sure to like it. Make sure to share it. Make sure to tell other people about it, because we are unapologetically building a movement, and just real talk, ain't no stopping us now. So thank y'all so much for hanging out with us, man. Happy New Year's Eve to everybody. And until next time, keep rising.
Through hunger, you made it through pain. You made it through drought and you made it through rain. You rose over conflict, you've conquered your shame. You've done it before and you'll do it again. You made it through hunger, you made it through pain. Yeah. You made it through drought and you made it through rain. You rose over conflict, you conquered your shame. Yeah. You've done it before and you'll do it again. There is nothing that can ever take your place, 'cause you made it here. You are one of us, this global human race. You made it here. There is nothing that can ever take your place, 'cause you made it here. You are one of us, this global human race. You made it here. You made it through darkness, you made it through mine. Yeah. You dealt with the hardest of times. You're finding your joy now and learning to shine. Enjoying your voice and reclaiming your time. Again, you made it through dark, made up your mind. You dealt with the hardest of times. You're finding your joy now, learning to shine. Enjoying your voice and reclaiming your time. There is nothing that can ever take your place. You made it here. You are one of us, this global human race. You made it here. There is nothing that can ever take your place. You made it here. You are one of us, this global human race. You made it here. If you know that you made it, come on, stand up and say it. If you know that you made it, don't let them hold you back any longer. If you know that you made it, come on, stand up and say it. Don't let them hold you back any longer. If you know that you made it, come on, say it. Come on, stand up and say it. If you know that you made it, don't let them hold you back any longer. 'Cause there is nothing that can ever take your place. 'Cause you made it here. You are one of us, this global human race. You made it here. Oh, there's nothing that could ever take your place. You made it here. Is anybody glad that you made it?